All right, all right, all right. I think I'm live. Hello, Zen friends. Happy Saturday to you. Happy July. If this is the first time that you're tuning in for this month, can you believe it's already July 5th? Zoom, zoom, zoom. Definitely. It's flying by. So happy July to you, everybody. Before we get started into everything, let us bring in some beautiful love energy and we'll get into all the readings and everything else. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello. All right. So as I hit the singing ball, we'll hit it 3 times. You can just imagine the beautiful sea of unconditional, eternal love, and that it just creates a waterfall and comes down into our hearts and fills us up and goes up into our minds and all our thoughts, into all of our emotions, into our energetic fields, all the meridians that run through our body, all of our chakras, all of our auras, just fills it all up, goes into our physical bodies too. We can all use that, right? Clearing up everything in our blood and in our muscles and organs and brain and everything else. Fill us up all, and then out into the physical world, allowing it to do whatever it would like to do out there to help raise the love vibration of the planet. Just letting that love flow. Something we can do as we're hitting the singing bowl too is think of at least one thing is all that we have to focus on that we're grateful for right here, right now in this moment, and focusing on that gratitude and thanking Creator for it immediately raises our love vibration and it puts us in the energy of receiving from Creator. So messages that we can receive, but also magnetizes us to receive more of the shaboozle, whatever we're grateful for. So if you'd like to join me and do that, I'm going to start off taking a big deep breath, hold it for as long as you feel comfortable, release, and then we'll hit the singing bowl. So here we go. Big deep breath in. All right, here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me and doing that. I'm so grateful. Beautiful energies. All right, welcome all my Zen friends. Happy Saturday. It is Saturday, right? Saturday to everybody. So glad to have you here. If you're new to my channel, I'm going to do these readings. Welcome. We've got a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts and great senses of humor. Definitely two things that are so helpful in this adventure, this human adventure that we're on. Makes it an easier path. So thank you for being here. Quickly, how the whole process works is all down in the description box of the video. Most of you here already know that have commented, so I won't go into all that. But if you want to know how it all works, We do focus on donations first. Once I complete those, I do go on to free readings. If you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat down below or in the description box of the video. It does talk about my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and Square. I don't have any set donation amounts. Whatever you're able to give from your heart is very grateful. I'm very grateful for that. So let's take a look here. What else I think? Well, I did want to make it just to make sure everyone knows. I did stop YouTube channel memberships. It was sudden because I thought when I turned it off, all the other memberships would last for a month, but no, it just really refunded everybody and stopped the memberships. So sorry for the abruptness. I was going to ease into it, but evidently YouTube and Spirit had different plans. So I am focusing on these readings and then also my weekly podcast that'll be coming out soon. One that's called, I'm going to call it The Easier Path with brudda-zen. It's going to channel messages from Spirit on how we can take the chaotic experiences and the ever changing, fluctuating, unstable journey that is the human adventure and how we can make it easier instead of harder. So we'll be doing that on a weekly basis once I get it up and going. It will be this month, and we'll have some giveaways that will be related to that too. I think that's the main thing I wanted to talk about. Yeah, blah, 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 right? So we'll get into the readings. I'm going to use this deck here. I've got two new tarot decks, the Daydream Tarot. The other one I used last night. But, I wanted to mention, I did add an additional night because Thursday nights is when I got together with my YouTube channel members. So now I'm going to be on from 6 to 9 on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday nights. And then on Saturday afternoons and morning, afternoon, and Sunday from 11 to 2. I can't do the 6 hour in a row. I could and then go way out of balance again, but Spirit is having me just stick to 3 hours sessions. And Sunday will be the only one where I come back on to finish out any of the free readings that I don't complete. So if you try to get a free reading, last night I actually got to all of the free readings as well. So it all depends on the donations and how many readings I have. I could get to them or not. So it's going to be kind of hit and miss on free readings. But Sundays will be the special day where I always will come back on and finish out everything from the Sunday morning. So balance is important. I know. I wish I could be non-human and just 24 hours a day be live and doing readings, but nonetheless, I'm not to that place yet. I don't think I will be in this human form, but I don't limit it. Sure, let's do it. All right, so we will start. I think that's everything. Let me move this little box over here. We do have the Power of Surrender and Letting Go deck still. I've joined them all together in one huge deck now since we've gone through quite a bit. And those will be the fortune cookies that you get when you make a donation. So we will jump in here and let me tell you real quick where we're at on donations. Let me just do this. Okay. So we will start off with Gemini Sun, Aquarius Moon. You'll be up first. And then Sudeshna. Hey, Sudeshna, times 2. And then Girl Gone will jump to you. And then back to Sudeshna. And then back to Girl Gone. So that's where we're at on the donation so far. So happy to see everybody. Hello. Yes, balance is the key. Hey, Nelia. Yeah, it is a great message. Balance is brudda-zen's challenge. Whenever we do readings about that, the codependency where overgivers, that is my challenge, is going into overgiving. And so I go way, I kind of just drift, and I'm way out of balance. And Spirit is like, come on, boo boo, let's get back. And then I'm like, okay, well, we're all good, aren't we? And they're like, hey, boo boo, you're out of balance. Come on. So I appreciate you guys' patience as I, delve into all this stuff, and then I kind of come back and simplify, and then I try to not overdo it, but such is life. So hey Nellian and Alicia, hello, and Livier Vagata, hello, hello. So hello everybody, and Day with the Jewelry. Good to see you too. Victoria, hello, hello. So thank you guys. And Starfall. We'll eventually hopefully get to everyone, but of course we'll try. All right, well, let's get into it. Cut the blab in and bring in spirit, right? So thank you guys so much for being here. I truly feel your love and all your energies, and I'm so grateful. All right, so Gemini, Sun, Aquarius, Moon. Your timestamp is 11 even. Yeah, and a good thing to mention is after every session, I will have timestamps in a pinned comment listing the order of the um, readings and timestamps too. All right, so Gemini, Gemini Sun. So previous read spot on. Oh, I love to hear that. I love when we mention that, and that's why you love me. Ooh, boo boo. So the BMNC design project begins next week. So follow up reading question below. There it is. So will GN and CM still feel the BMC research project is successful? Okay. So let's look at GN's energy. All right. Boom, boom, boom. Come on, card. There it goes. And CM. Okay. So what is their opinion on the research project? Outcomes of the project, right? Research project says, okay, outcomes. Thank you. Boom, boom. And then how long will it take until they see the results of their design project? Okay. So based on current energies, of course, that's always fluctuating moment by moment, right? Everybody's energy that comes in there. All right. I love this deck. So the Page of Swords. Look at that, holding that large Ace of Swords. So the Page of Swords, the bottom energy around it is about clarity, a lot of clarity that comes in here, and I feel like it's next week. It's like next week. There's a lot of I don't know why I'm using the word shaboozle today, but shaboozle, whatever that word means for you, it's like there's this um, a lot of new information, a lot of new things, new information, new parameters, new restrictions, different things, boo, 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 hitting from all sides. And they're like, okay, so new clarity comes in that allows them to see things from a clearer perspective and a lot more clarity. Let's just leave it at that. GN, the strength card. I like the way they present this here, holding up the blocks. And I like this. So from GN's perspective, this inner strength, usually like this is the higher self, and there's usually an animal representing the human, but the human blocks, I guess, is what this is here. So they understand, and I feel like GN looks at it more as like, well, with all of these obstacles that have just been piled in, I understand. And I feel like they look at it from that perspective of, okay, I do feel this is still successful um, because all these delays that came in were outside of a lot of people's controls, meaning from probably higher above. And they're like, that's a good way to say it. And then CM, the King of Wands. Yeah, the King of Wands. Is CM the fiery kind of personality? With this King of Fire here, King of Wands. I feel like again they feel man, they still feel it successful. They still feel like progress is made, and um, for them, it's like they have this kind of mindset. I feel that you know you either look at the positives and continue to grow, or you get caught in the downward spiral. So they try to put a positive spin on things It feels like, at least regarding this project, I feel like this is an important project for them, and they're trying to, you know, keep a positive attitude around everything that's going on with them, um, and the, group and the environment and the company and, the world, right? So I feel like that's the kind of energy that they have there. Let's see here. What are the outcomes? Well, so we have the Page of Pentacles. Well, that is a good outcome. It is an energy here of, um, abundance, of success, bringing new opportunities into the outside world, and the Nine of Cups. Yeah, it feels like a dream come true energy, fullness of emotion. It fills all the boxes there of emotion. So it feels like a very positive outcome with all that. How long will it take based on current energies for them to see results? There's a death and a rebirth that comes in here. Let's see what this is about. Wow. um, so what is this? How long will it take? What's the death and rebirth? The ending and the beginning of something. We do have, here's the Six of Pentacles. This is what I was talking about, the giving and receiving, the balance of things, the balance. What's the balance of a budget with the Six of Pentacles? The ending and beginning. I feel like there's this, it's like it all depends here. The energy of success, it all depends on the approval of budget regarding the project. Because I feel like that is like a big piece of all this that comes in here. It's like the death of the budget and the resurrection of the budget. Because I feel like, um, part of what happens is like a delay or a, yeah, I would think delay sounds like, wait, pause everything. We're waiting on approval of money of something, and then I feel like that's a lot of the clarity that comes in, and then progress goes forward from that. But the six is really standing out to me, um, because it feels like, doesn't feel like a big enough project where 6 months would be. 6 weeks feels about right, within 6 weeks. Because I feel like, um, once this budget ending and beginning happens, it's like, it's like, quick, pull extra resources and spend the money before it gets pulled from us. So go. So that's the kind of energy I'm picking up with that. And of course, we'll pull here. Oops, I didn't give your donation a love and a like there. We'll see what else comes in here. Hey, oh, on MD's budget. Oh, okay, very cool. So let's take a look here. Oh, hey, yeah, absolutely. Towards MD's budget. All right, look. Okay. So let's see what this is here. Let's see, the purpose of letting go is the elimination of the ego. The ego is fearful and limited, and when it is surrendered, the inner self stands forth, and what was always more powerful is revealed. Wow. I love this energy around this because I feel like all the people involved is when they let go of their fears, they really start working together really well. And I feel like there is this joining together, um, in it here too. Yeah, we'll do a quick one card follow up here for the, will MD's office be moved to a different location as a result of the budget? Let's take a look here. We've got the Three of Swords coming in here, which is expectations equal disappointment here. Yay. So expectations are challenged. Um, It does feel like plans are changed. What I feel, because on the bottom of the deck here, we have the 10 of swords too, which is letting go of all expectations. But there's like this, I feel like plans start, like rumors start, but I think plans kind of are like, well, maybe we need to do this. Maybe we could do this. Maybe we could do blah, 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 or something like that. And there's this, um, but with the 10 of swords, it doesn't end up happening. So I feel like rumors start and people go, yeah, maybe this is the best thing. Let's look into it. And the rumors start to go, and oh God, the Maryland office, we're gonna have to move it in different this and do. But then it just ends up being not after the CBA, the cost benefit analysis, it ends up not being cost effective to do it because they're like, with all the expenses and everything, they're like, it's just uh better to keep the location that's there. So I like that. So that is what they have for you right now. So thank you again for your donation. Greatly appreciate that. Hey everybody. Hey Ashish. Hey Debbie O. You had a snack bar just to hold you over. Yeah, right. All right. And Starseed, hello, hello. Good to see you too. All right. So if I missed anyone else coming in here, Alicia, if I didn't say hello to you, I think I did, but hello again in case I missed you. All right, let's get on with more readings here. Thank you guys again for all the love and support here. So Sudeshna, we have times two first. We'll circle back around for your other one here momentarily. Here's your first timestamp. And thank you for your first donation. Let's give that a love and a like here. And you want to know how will the upcoming week be for you? All right. So based on current energies, let's check it. You might notice I'm not wearing my hat. After I shaved my head, my hair has returned. Enough where it doesn't look like Fuzzy Bear anymore. Didn't realize how big my forehead looks. Hope I'm not blinding anyone. All right, sorry, Sudeshna. Let's look at here. What about your upcoming week? All right, they want those. They want those. And I feel like this one, I've got underlying energies. But there is something, there's a countdown of some sort that's happening here. You got 3 cards and 2 cards and 1 card, so we'll see what this is all about. And then a couple cards is underlying energy. But on the bottom of the deck, you do have the 5 of Wands. And the 5 of Wands is an energy here. Wow, you even have the Hierophant underneath it, which is the major arcana number 5 that comes in here. So there is some change, some transformational energies definitely present here next week, which this 3, 2, 1 countdown, something that's been percolating. I feel like there is an adjustment, a change that comes up. We'll find out more about it here as we look at these cards here. Let's take a look and see what we have here. So, sorry, that's my Debbie O's comment. That message was for your friend. You're meeting for lunch. Oh, okay, good. All right. So we have the Tower card here, Sudeshna, as part of the 3 cards. So something is being moved out of the way to make room for something else. Yeah, for a new beginning. It's an Ace of Pentacles. And well, it might have to do with relationships here with the Lovers card. Doesn't mean it has to be romantic, but wow, with all 3 of those cards coming up, the Tower card represents an energy of, in this case, it feels like someone. It could be a situation too, a situation with someone, but it's being removed out of our life, out of our path to make space for something that's more in alignment with who we want to be and to clear the path to move forward. Ace of Pentacles is that new opportunity, and that Lovers card represents relationships. Um, so it can be lovers, friend, family member, coworker, someone, but it feels like there's something that's been bubbling and percolating for a while, and this is the removal of that out of your life. Let's see what the number 2 is. You have the Knight of Wands. Yeah, fast movement. The Tower card is about something that comes out of the blue. Not out of the blue, but sudden is a better out of the blue. Well, out of the blue means like I didn't even realize it was coming, but this is like it suddenly happened. Something that you knew, like in your soul of souls, that was going to be happening and coming forth, and now it is. That's happening, coming in here. And yeah, the 8 of Cups. Well, okay, that makes sense. So with the Knight of Wands and the 8 of Cups, that's the sudden movement. 8 of Cups is like someone walking away, or you walking away from emotions or relationship that doesn't serve you anymore. And it's sudden with that. So I think it's telling us here what's happening. Let's see what the last one here. I love this. So you got the Empress, which is all about Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing yourself, making decisions and choices that are for you, for your heart. And so I like this because all of this feels like this change you can either make, or if it's something that you have been holding back from making, it's one of these situations. The tower moments don't happen a lot in our lives where things are suddenly removed out of it, because we have the opportunity to change things beforehand. But the tower card comes in when something we've asked spirit and our spiritual posse before we come down here. If by this time I have not removed this thing out of my life, remove it, because in order to go on to my next fated event that I want, which is next, this needs to be removed. And so you can know that whenever a tower moment happens, it is for us. It's never to punish us or, oops, we didn't mean to do that. It's always with purpose that things and situations are moved out of our lives and brought into our lives too, right? Let's see what the underlying energy is here. We've got the Page of Pentacles. Yep. So it is an upgrade. I like that reminder when things are removed out of our life. It's never to downgrade us, it's always for an upgrade. So I love the example that Spirit brings of like having a seat on a plane. And if you've ever been on a plane and you're on that last seat on the very back of the plane that's against the wall where you can't move the chair back but like an inch, so you can't recline, you're just like, and then if you do, you're leaning up against the wall, which as people are going, because the bathrooms are right there, it's the wall for the bathroom. So it's all bam, 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 and you're just like, oh my God. And then you smell the odors and there's all this activity. And it's, we're thankful for the flight that we can fly instead of walk or drive, right? But when they say, "Oh, I'm sorry, we gave away your seat because we overbooked the plane," and at first we're like, "No, really?" But they're like, "So we moved you to first class." You're like, "What? Say that again? You moved me to first class? Yeah, no extra charge. Our bad. We've moved you." And you're like, "Okay." When we realize it's an upgrade, oh, not so bad, right? Yeah, and you have the Strength card too. You can trust that your higher self, um, is with you and that you have the strength to get through everything. Eights are a big flow energy too, and it is a leadership. So I do feel like these are decisions that you make this week with that. Wow, that's a pretty big reading. All right, so that's what they have for that. Let's get you your fortune cookie here as well for number one, and we'll move on to number two. So what else regarding your week? All right, I do want this one here. This is from the Letting Go deck, which says everyone has the opportunity to contribute to the beauty and harmony of the world by showing kindness to all living things. And it says that which we freely give to life flows back to us because we are equally part of that life. Like ripples on the water, every gift returns to the giver. Oh, like ripples on the water, every gift returns to the giver. So when you put something out, the ripples come back to you too. So it's a positive energy, I feel, with that. All right, so that's for the first one there. Oh, you like the shirt? I like my cat shirts. Thank you, Gorgon, because it reminds us of when, because my shirts always reminders for myself of if I go into fear, then I revert to my 2-year-old self, and it's pet hissing cat, and I make stupid, unloving, uncompassionate choices instead of higher intelligent, higher loving, higher compassionate choices. So I'm glad you guys like it. Hiya! All right. So number 2 here for you, Sudesh. Let's give that a love and a like as well. Thank you for your multiple donations. Like, who will you marry? So will you have a love marriage or an arranged marriage? All right. Cheers, everybody. So let's take a look based on current energies, where you're headed here. So who will you marry? What can we know about this person based on your current choices and decisions, right? So those will be the characteristics. And then will it be love, 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 an arranged marriage, or both? You know, who's to say that it has to be one or the other, right? So love, let's do love. And then I feel like this one in the middle. So love, arranged, or a hybrid. So Ace of Wands does tell us here that it will be someone new. You know, being aces, it's a brand new passion that comes in. So not someone you know already, um, which you're like, all right, well that helps bring in some clarity around it, right? So you know, what are we gonna do with that? Let's see more about who this is. King of Wands. Ooh la la. So feel there's fire elemental energy here. Did we get have we gotten this before? If you've gotten a similar card before, then you can kind of think that it's the same individual, you know, because I think we've talked about the pathways and based on your decisions, you don't have like a set fated one relationship that you're going to be in regardless. Based on your possibilities and choices, you'll end up with either this one or this one or this one kind of energy. The King of Wands is a fiery personality, but with the King, it's the higher vibration. So when you look at lower vibration, every sign has lower expression. And so, like for Aries, you have Aries, Leo, and Sagittarius. The lower expressions will be more me focused and rushing in and being hot headed and you know, extremes. But as they evolve and they express themselves in their higher vibration, it's more leading, more adventure, um, more like instead of fire that's burning across forest and burning it down, they become, you know, fire pits that are controlled fire that bring warmth and or are in stoves bringing things forward or creating steam and allowing steam engines and things to go becomes more controlled, productive. um, Instead of being destructive energy, it's constructive energy. So I like that. I feel like an energy of them too, that they love to travel, they love to know about foreign things. So like kind of Sagittarius adventurer energy that comes in with this. So we like that. What else? Knight of Pentacles. They are a slow mover with the Knight of Pentacles. They don't rush into things, which they've learned that when they did, things didn't turn out too well. And so they're very careful about how fast they move into things, which is good. When you look at the King of Wands, like the Knight of Wands would be more like a prince who's, you know, very fast moving, very passionate, ends up, you know, with this person and then this person and then this person and then this person. Whereas a King of Wands controls their passions because they've learned that, you know, again, with all of this, not to rush into stuff. It's very, it's not to the point of boredom, but it's measured instead of sporadic and uncontrolled, right? So, like we talked before, it's not like a grass or a forest fire, it's a fire pit. It still brings you warmth, it's exciting, it's beautiful in the night, but it's not destructive. I like that. Oh, yeah, look at this. And they're such a great, it's a divine, it feels like divine counterpart because we've got the Queen of Wands and then King of Wands. So you do have very much this fire. You have a lot of the, things that match. And so you'll feel very much, you're still different. The Queen has cups behind the scenes, the King has swords. So air energy and water energy, but you both have fire in common. And so you have this commonality that is the bridge between you, but you also bring different things into it too that keeps things exciting. So I like that. Whether it is a love marriage or an arranged marriage or a hybrid, the energies that are coming in here, um, for a love marriage, it's the 8 of Pentacles. Oh, nope, 7 of Pentacles. Sorry, I thought it was the 8, but the 7 of Pentacles is a slow, moving energy with that. That kind of feels more like that's a no. It sees in an arranged marriage. Knight of Swords, there's like clarity that comes in here, fast moving. And then the and you have the Knight of Cups, which is the combination. This was the hybrid. So I feel like with the Knight of Cups, that it feels like it starts off as an arranged marriage, but the Knight of Cups, then there's the spark that comes in as well. So I like that. It's like a win-win. Everyone's happy. The families are happy, and you guys are happy too, because you're just like, okay, I'll meet him to find out how I feel. And you do, and you're like, yes, I agree. So that's where the energy is at right now. Excuse me. Let's get you a fortune cookie too. I like the bottom of the deck. The dream come true with the star card. So it's like, yeah, I'm liking this for you. Maybe that's what this next week is about, you know, um, letting go of a relationship or emotions that don't serve you anymore, going, I'm not going to pursue something anymore. I know there's something more for me, right? But that's based on current energies. Your fortune cookie, like, when you surrender to the process of aging as simply part of the human condition, you come to peace with it. You become more loving and appreciative, and other people's love and care for you. Wow. Says the more loving you become, you see that everybody is trying to be helpful to you. And it is loving to allow them to be helpful to you. Generosity is the willingness to share your life with others. It is a gift to people to allow them to love you. Oh, I like that. All right. So that's what they have for your first two there, Sudeshna. So many blessings to you. Right. So we did those there. Yeah. All right. And then up next, we've got Girl Gone. Hey, Girl Gone, definitely. Let's grab your timestamp here for your first one. We'll circle back around for your second one here in a momentito. So, Girl Gone, thank you so much for your flying superhero sticker and your donation. Very grateful. And I'm doing well. How are you doing? Hopefully, you're doing well here. Get the general reading for the month of July. So let's take a look here. Let's see what we have happening. So for July, tell us what do you want Girl Gone to know for July? All right. Got here, got here, got here. So I almost lose the deck on the floor. Right, there's a dance of some sort that's happening here. Ooh, okay. Because you have one card and then two cards, and then one card and then two cards, and then one card. So it's 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. It's like dance steps for me, is what's coming through. And I went, "Ooh, the bottom of the deck, you have the Lovers card." Now, granted, the Lovers card doesn't need to mean, um, like, romance. It can definitely be, but it's about relationships. It can be with friends and family, and, it can be exes, it can be, people at work, any kind of relationship, even relationship with our higher self. We'll see what this dance is, though, because it feels like, you know, there's this flow of some kind that's happening throughout July. It starts off with the Page of Pentacles, which is a new opportunity that opens up into the outside world here. So that's a good sign, right? It is a good sign. It's a positive energy. It's a heightened opportunity that opens up here in July. You have the Eight of Swords and the King of Pentacles too. So, excuse me, the Eight of Swords is about, becoming aware of the thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve me anymore, and those that used to make me feel like blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. And with the King of Pentacles, that's abundance that comes in because of it. So a big piece of this dance is that, and it's great that you move from the page to the king through this. eh, Regarding relationships, whatever kind they are, you're discovering these old small t truths rooted in fear, these things, this pressure, expectations of supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be, that might have created some, you know, disappointments and maybe pain, you know, where we're like, because that prick in our heart whenever we feel fear, it feels like painful. And because we expected something from some individuals and they didn't do it, we kind of took it on as maybe like our own, like it meant something about us, whether it's family, friends, lovers, people at work, bosses, whoever. There's this, I'm letting that go, because one of the big ahas I had in my life was when I have expectations on someone else and they don't live up to my expectations, is the way I feel their fault for not living up to my expectations or me for having the expectations? And it becomes clear when I say, like, Girl Gone, I have an expectation you're going to give me $1,000 a day for the rest of your life or the rest of my life. It's like, Brother Zen, I appreciate you have that expectation, but I hope you have learned how to deal with disappointment, because it ain't going to happen. Now, is it my fault for putting that expectation on you, or your fault for not living up to my expectation? And of course, when we're in that situation, we're all, oh, that's all on you. So it's that great awareness of going, yeah, because we all don't have the same list of expectations, even though in the beginning we kind of feel like everyone thinks and acts the same. But nope, it is not true. We all have different approaches, even to the point of, I had one of my she's one of my friends. She was one of my representatives once. When she was first dating her husband, they were just boyfriend girlfriend. They moved in together. They were making brownies, and she was like, "So, I wanna talk to you about something." She goes, "I get really frustrated when we're in the kitchen and" so we were making brownies and he poured in the, I'm so sorry. There we go. Had a frog in my throat. Um, it's like he puts in the egg first and does this and then adds the mix, but I'm like, "No, no, no, you're doing it wrong. You're supposed to do this way." And so they got in a little psh, 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 psh over making brownies, right? And I was like, "Well, try something next time, because how do you know that the way they're making it isn't better? You were taught a certain way, of how to make it. He was taught a certain way how to make it. Next time, just go, instead of attacking him and getting in a war, just ask him, 'That's interesting how you're doing that. Why do you do it that way?' Instead of trying to change people's minds and defend your own way of thinking, become curious about why they're doing that." And I knew her boyfriend too, and and they knew about me and me. And so the next one I had with her when she came back, she was like, "I got to give you an update." You know, she was like, "So we were making something again, this time something different." And I said, "That's interesting how you're doing that. Why are you doing it that way?" And he was like, "Have you been talking to brudda-zen?" And she was like, she started laughing. Yes, and they both cracked up. And even to this day, they end up getting married. They've been married for like, gosh, probably 20 years, maybe less, a little less, but around there. And I still have friends with them, and they'll tell me that we still do that. Every once in a while, we crack up because we'll be like, "That's interesting how you're doing that." And it just changes because they start laughing. It changes it where they're not rah, 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 and they do that. So it's interesting. It's like this is the kind of energy that they're bringing in here for you is to go, that's interesting. And to question maybe some of our old pain and letting people off the hook and forgiving them, going, you know what? I don't need to hold on to this anymore. And I like this that's unfolding here for you. So to go on here, we have temperance. Yeah, there is this. Here's that dancing energy between the two cups. Temperance starts off with two cups, putting um, like a base metal, and you add your magic, and it goes back and forth. It slowly transforms. So I do feel like there is that bit of a transformation and a bit of emotional and mental change that happens for you during this month. But it's this wonderful yeah, power of change that happens. Yeah, here's the Hierophant and the Three of Swords, the expectations card, and the number 5, which is the transformation, helping us see things from a higher perspective. So I definitely feel like a lot of clarity coming in here for you throughout the month. Ending in the 2 of Pentacles. So by the end of the month, it does feel like there's these 2 choices to make in the physical world. Either it can be with individuals, if this is about love and if it is about romance. But I do feel like by the end of the month, there is this, 2 choices in the physical world. One, excuse me, to continue to do what I've done before. Like, do I want to repeat that pattern? Because you have a lot of awareness by the end of the month. You're like, do I want to go down that same road again? And you're like, "Nee, I also have this new option, but this is a new adventure, a new way of approaching things, and a new way of going." And I feel like you end up with those choices. And of course, there's no wrong choice, no right choice, just different choices, right? Sorry, let me throw a little cough drop in there, see if that'll clear up my frog here. We got some high pollens today, grass pollens, which evidently my body likes to let me know. Warning, warning. But we need it to breathe. So we are grateful for pollen. It's part of the process of growth for plants, right? Let's see what your fortune cookie is for July here. All right, there it was. This one here, beautiful green. Let's see here. I think this is the big one. It says, if we look at a situation and claim that a win win solution is not possible, that should warn us that we have some unsurrendered inner feelings blocking a possibly perfect solution. Yeah, read. I know, right, Debbie? All right. So it says we need to remember the dictum, dictum, that the impossible becomes possible as soon as we are totally surrendered to the situation. What a great card with the energy we were talking about. So I like that for you. Right. So that's for your first one there, Girl Gone. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for that donation. We'll circle back for your other one here in a moment. And then we've got Sudeshna for your additional. I think you have another one down here too, but we'll circle back here in a moment. Let's grab your time stamps here. Boom. This is for number 3. And scroll up here. Let me take a sip here. It's like being stubborn. Please, please move. Okay. All right. So let's give that one a love and a like here. And let's see, yours is down here. So with T, what his heart says and what his mind says regarding you and the connection. You like him, very good friends. Yeah, let's see where they're at now, see if their energy has changed any. Let's see what we have here. So what does T's heart say right now? I love the awareness of that they can be different, right? The heart battling with the mind. It's always a wonderful human struggle, right? So what's in his head? Are we sure we want to go there? Hearts are fun. Brains are scary places. And then, yeah, regarding the connection. So that's what we have there. All right. So let's see here. What does his heart say with you guys? So the King of Wands. We'll see what the other cards say too, but the King of Wands energy that I'm getting from the card for this situation and your connection is that the King of Wands has different stages, but one of the big stages, which is the energy I'm getting, is when they're at a crossroads and they're realizing I get to choose what I want for my life instead of listening to all of the supposed to be and should be and all the opinions of the kingdom. I get to decide. And once I decide what I truly want, then I can make plans and move forward. But it does feel like the heart doesn't know what it wants yet. And it's kind of just in regarding to love, not specifically to you. I feel like this is regarding love, that it's kind of like on hold. It's kind of like their seeking love is paused in their life right now. Let's see what else comes in here. Yeah, the justice card is the balance, the scales. They're weighing everything out. Again, that's that energy of like, well, I don't know. Because on one side of the scale, they have all the small t truths rooted in fear, all those opinions of everybody that's been piled on to where the scales like this, right? All those opinions weighing down. And then, but what do I want is way up here with hardly anything on it. They're trying to weigh things out to understand what they're wanting. So their heart is still very undetermined of what they want to do in their life. Yeah, and the Seven of Cups. A lot of different emotions, but a lot of different emotional choices too. So you're one of the cups that's in the stack, but you're not the only cup in the stack because they're still weighing everything and they're looking at everything and going, I don't know what I want. And so they're kind of and it's kind of like having ADHD where it's like, well, I know I have this admin work to do, but I'm going to go mow the lawn or I'm going to go look and see what flowers I want to put outside. You know, it's like anything to, I'm not ready for that. I'm just going to go here. So that's what's kind of going in their heart right now. Let's see what's going on in their head. Yep, the Queen of Pentacles, they do see you here as someone who's very giving, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. You have a lot to offer. So their mind sees you as someone that is a very giving person, and they identify that. And the Eight of Wands coming in here too is they see you. I mean, this is the opinion that they have is you're very energetic. You're very, say, go-getter. I'm trying to think of the words that represent this energy I'm feeling, but it's driven, a very driven person, a very, active, energetic person as well. And that with the Queen of Pentacles, that you're on your way to achieving things. They see you as someone, in that way too. So that's the mind, sees you in that way of how you relate to the world and success that you're making and moving through life and that type of thing. And the heart, you know, I feel, I think we talked about before because they're bringing this back, how they're very focused on achieving things in the outside world, and that's why love is kind of paused. And they're focused on watching and looking more, relating to how you're achieving, because that's what they're focused on. That's what they're looking at, what you're doing in your life. The heart doesn't feel like it's involved in there. And I think you had mentioned they're bringing back too about there was a spark before, but then it felt like it poofed out. Well, it's not that it poofed out or, it's that they paused all of their emotions to focus on the other stuff. So hopefully that makes sense. Let's see what your fortune cookie is regarding this too. So what else can we know? How about this one? So every life experience, no matter how tragic, contains a hidden lesson. When we discover and acknowledge the gift that is there, a healing takes place. I like that. This is good for all of us, really, to know that, every situation that happens in life is a gift for us. We can search for the gift in it because we can kind of look at whatever's happening in the moment as something happening to me, which is rooted in fear, which is victim, which is not wrong, because there's no right or wrong choices. There's just different choices we can make that bring different outcomes and different experiences. We come down here to experience, oh, woe is me, and the victim role, right? And that's okay. But when we're tired of that, then we can look at life as happening for me, and I can look for the gift in a situation that's happening. Um, and in looking at something for me, I can ask myself, why did I want this to happen for me? So we take responsibility that my energy and my higher self, when I was planning and plotting this lifetime, I wanted to experience certain things and I knew every possibility. And so I was aware that I would choose to feel this way at some point and that I would learn from it one way or another. And so in this situation with tea, what's the gift that you can learn in this for you is that, and this is what we learn from all relationships, right? Is that someone's actions or non actions, words or silence do not mean anything about me. Sit in that for a sec. It means nothing about me. Only my thoughts. I get to choose the story. I get to choose my emotions. I get to choose my energy. I get to choose my physical actions. We're taught, of course, growing up, opinion says, oh, yeah, what they do, if they don't treat you this way, means you're unlovable. It means something's wrong with you because we're kind of taught that when we don't do what other people want us to do, AKA parents and grandparents and whoever, they're like, you are bad. You are an evil child. And then so when someone's not happy with us or treating us in ways that we feel is, you know, giving us that message that we're lovable and giving us that affection, that can mean that maybe when we were younger, when we didn't do what other people wanted us to do, and when we felt unlovable, it's when they pulled back their attention, which humans do when they're in fear and feel out of control. They will go to your room. They'll use rejection. I'm not talking to you right now. What? And we learn to adapt to that, right? So some things to think about and look at. So hopefully that helps. Hey, Sudeshna. Yeah. When is enough enough, right? He probably has a very high bar set for himself on what he needs to accomplish, right? Because he does feel like a very, very high bar, like nothing's ever enough. Probably comes from his parents too. It's like a high bar. You need to have this and this and this and this and this, and then you can have love. Uh, it's about achievement, I feel, coming in there. So I know, right? But also that's what happens. That's one of the things we realize this is happening for us. If I don't get this relationship, it's being kept from me. It's it is for me to learn about things, right? And go, okay, this not being chosen energy. Oh, don't we all love that? I feel like we all get to experience that many, 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 many times in our life, right? Yeah, yeah, yes, yeah, thank you for sending all that love. We definitely, like, I used to be chosen last for teams when I was going to public schools. I was among the last 1 or 2 where they were just like, "Yeah, and whoever you guys, you just go here, you go here, we don't care. You don't mean anything." The not being chosen. What? And then that just went into other things in our life, right? Not being chosen by a parent, not being chosen by friends or a team or by a lover or a job. We all get to face this. I'm not chosen. And it's for us to go, we're told that means something about our worth, but it don't. It don't. That's all a lie. Lie, lie, lie. No. That's right. My little no button. All right. So that's what we have there for you. For that one, we'll of course circle back around for more here in a moment. But Girl Gone, we're circling back to yours here for your second donation. Let's grab that. And then after we're done with this one, I will let you guys know. I don't have this as far as I got on my list so far. So I'll let everyone know where we're at here in a moment with the additional donations. So thank you guys so much. So grateful. All right. So let's give that a love and a like there, Girl Gone. And want to know who was giving you a bunch of yes answers this morning to your questions. You were talking to the Guardians. Ooh, how fun. Yes, yes, yes. Cheerleader energy, right? So let's take a look here and see what we got here. So, who is giving you all of your yes answers? Anything else they want to add since they have a microphone right now? Do you want those? Okay, well, we'll do those two like that. Okay, like that. All right, gotcha. Gotcha. Let me just scooch these over so I have more space here. All right. So, the bottom of the deck, we have the 10 of Cups. Joy, 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 joy. Did we get one of these in your reading when you were asking about your guardians? This feels familiar. They might just be making it familiar, but this is a very joyful energy, which is our natural state on the other side anyway. But this one feels like an extreme joyful energy. And it does feel like this one is someone you knew in this lifetime that's gone to the other side, because I feel like they want you to know that it's them, because they're showing me the character, the energy of the character they were when they were here, which was someone like, very like positive and energetic. I kind of have this vision in my head of like a little grandma, a little granny that was just so full of joy and gleaming in her eye, a sparkle in her eye, and that she was just so, especially when she saw you, she was so grateful to see you. But this joy, 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 a lot of love. I kind of feel like, I don't know if it was spoken, but it was known you were her favorite grandchild. It's that kind of energy that's coming in here, if that resonates for you. But it's that kind, I feel like that kind of guardian that's there coming in here. Let's see what else. There's a lot to say here. Very chatty. Yeah. And I like this. I feel like they're telling you here a lot of yes, yes, and giving a lot of different energy with because the 9 of Swords is like the nightmare and insomnia card. It's like fears that we have that keep us from moving forward into new opportunities. And I feel like this particular guardian, that they're telling you, go, 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 go. Yes, 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 yes. Move forward. Don't fear anything. There's no failure. There's just either progression or stagnancy. And they're like, don't let fear stop you. Nothing can keep you down. That's why I feel like our little cheerleader, go, 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 energy. It's funny. And then you have these four cards come out together. Yeah, we got the High Priestess, which is the connection, like stepping out and connecting with spirit, right? You have the Eight of Wands, all these messages from spirit. Both of those, let's see what this one is here. The Eight of Swords, yeah, moving beyond thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that restrict. So I see this here. And the Six of Swords, yeah, leaving behind a lot of old ways of thinking and moving to new ways of thinking. So these four cards coming out here are very much that they are a very powerful presence in your life. That they're bringing you a lot of uh, like seeing things from that higher perspective, from a place of unconditional love and joy and gratitude and peace and joy, 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 and happiness, right? uh and that the old ways of thinking don't serve you, and these restrictions that were in place out of fear, that they don't need to be there anymore, and that you can move forward in this too. So I love this energy of them, because they're very much, it's like they're like, in my next life I want to be a like a, is it Tim Robbins? See, the one that's I'm probably messing up his name, but like a positive, you know, uh speaker, someone that encourages people, let's go everybody. They're like, that's who I'd want to be, because they're that kind of energy coming in here now, that they are your motivational speaker. Yeah, it's like they're your own motivational speaker, and they're behind you. They're supporting you. This is the yes, yes, yes. Let's move forward. Um, and I like that. Let's see what these last two little messages are here. Yeah, here we go. If I just pulled the cards, we have the Ace of Swords, which, and the Four of Wands. Four of Wands is joy, joy, celebration energy, and the Ace of Swords, they're giving you this as a gift, your ability to see all of things from this higher perspective and from a place of joy. Follow your joy, seek your joy. Don't let the mind restrict you and keep you from moving forward. Allow your heart to lead the way. And the Empress on the bottom, yeah. Underlying energy, the Empress, she's five parts like emotion, one part earth, one part fire, one part air. And so this is underlying energy of follow your heart, not your head, because the head is full of restriction, the heart is full of expansion. And so they're like, close your eyes, open your heart, let that joy in. Your heart knows the way. Where's your joy leading you right now? Follow that. Yes, yes, yes. But stay out of the head. Yeah. And then, wow. Okay. And again, if we needed, very much Mother Moon energy, Seven of Cups, all these emotions, allow yourself to follow them. Again, just a flood of this energy, and the Six of Pentacles. It does lead to this beautiful, balanced um, success that allows you that energy to flow as well. Um, because when basically they're saying, if you follow your heart, you will have abundance that comes in, and you have enough for yourself and even others. So you'll never be without um, with what you need in the moment. Was reading something today. It was from Bashar. Let me see. I think I might even have it here on Instagram, which it was something like, let's see if I can get there quickly here. Let's see if I saved it first. Come on. There it is. Took a minute for the menu to pop up, and saved. Did I have it here? Oh, yeah, here it is. Come on. Abundance is the ability to do what you need to do when you need to do it, period. That's from Bashar. What is his name? I forget what the guy's name is. Daryl Craig? I think is his name. But he uh, channels Bashar, and that's from them. So I feel like they're saying is you will always have what you need in the moment. You will always have this sense of abundance too. So I like that. So hopefully that resonates there for you, Girl Gone. Thank you again for your dual donations today. I'm so grateful. I'm glad to have you here among the Zen friends. All right. Let me just put these cards back in. We got to get you your fortune cookie too. So don't go anywhere yet. Let's take a look here. All right. Here it is. This is from the Power of Surrender. Surrender, obsessive thinking, which says if you're obsessing about a person or a situation, turn the dilemma over to spirit. Doing so will help bring you clarity or even solve the problem. There you go. I love that. All right. So I like this here. Ooh, you met a guy on the dance floor. Didn't was that part of your reading last night or the night before? When you asked for your week reading? I felt like there was something. That's funny. I love that. All right. Hey, new love. Hey, everybody. Good to see everyone. All right. So let me find out where we're at here. Let me look at timestamps here. All right. So up next, we'll have Nelia Medeiros. And we do have at 11:11 a.m. it came in. That's really cool. So Maria P via Z PayPal. And then let me scroll down here. And then we have Debbie O, Texas. And then let me look here. And then Miss K. Hey, Miss K. All right. Yep. And then we've got Sean G. Whoops. Don't know how to type. All right. So Sean G times 2 via Zcash app. So thank you for that. Then we will circle back to Sudeshna and to Sharu. Whoops. Had caps on. Then it wanted to correct your name. All right, there we go. I think that's it. Yep, that's it. Perfect. All right. So thank you guys again for all your patience in getting to your readings. I'll be on for 3 hours. I can't do any more of the 6-hour sessions. I'll try to get through as many readings as I can in 3 hours. I will always complete all donations, but if I run out of time, then I won't be coming back on to finish up free readings. So, but I will be on tonight and tomorrow. Sundays, always, we will come back on to finish out all readings. So if you try through the weekend or you're like, I don't want to keep putting my question out and not getting to it. Like last night, I got to everything. Thursday night, I didn't get to any free readings. So, it changed. It's by day. So just so you guys know, that's how it works. If you're like, I don't want to come every day and not have it to see if it gets done or not, definitely come in on Sundays. We'll make sure you get a reading. Okay. All right. So that's the blah, blah, blah. Now, yeah, let's grab your timestamp here. And let's put that out here. There we go. So thank you for your donation. Greatly appreciate that. And the super cool shade emoji. So what does Spirit see happening for you for the rest of the year? Anything significant or big? All right. So based on current energies, we'll take a look here. All right. So Nelia, anything big and significant for the rest of this year? Okay. All right. So based on current energies, wow. You do have obviously something that will be coming, but the Eight of Wands shows that it happens suddenly and quickly not really out of nowhere necessarily. We'll get more clarity here as we look at this, but It does whoa, there it is. Uh, it's not something that arrives slowly. It's like you either see it way off and then all of a sudden like, whoa, hey, hey, it's here already. Kind of energy that comes in here. So we'll take a look there. You're live. Hey, hey, good to see you. Let's see what this is. What is this about? We have the Ten of Swords, which is about it's something unexpected and not on your list of expectations, because the Ten of Swords is that, you know, not not worrying about what people think, not, um, so it's nothing on the list of expectations. It's something like if we have expectations, it's something beyond it out here that we don't see. That's why I feel like it comes out of nowhere for you here too. All right. We'll see. Is it going to be a surprise? You have the Queen of Swords. The Queen of Swords is a beautiful balance between head and heart, and it represents also uh, a wonderful connection with someone that feels like someone fits like a glove. We'll see here with these extra cards here. Is this love or just a really best friend or someone like that? I'm so sorry. Let me take a sip here. So we'll find out. Whoa, whoa, whoa. All right. We have the Chariot, which the Chariot is movement and victory. A lot of Cancer energy with the moon energy behind it, too. So there's a lot of emotion that comes in. It does feel like an emotional victory. So it's building. Let's see what comes here with these last three cards here. What will they tell us about this here? You have Leo energy here, and this is all about our um, higher self, connection with our higher self. But this Leo fire energy, let's look at these other cards before we speak. We do have the Tower card with the Strength card, two major arcana, and the Seven of Pentacles. Yeah, it is something that I feel like has been slowly growing here. Again, the Tower card is things being moved out of life to make space for something coming in. And but it's a sudden card like the Eight of Wands, because the lightning bolt usually that's in the card is about suddenness. And that Seven of Pentacles is something that has been slow um coming, right? And then we're like out of nowhere, oh my gosh, where did that, it's like who knew that it was going to be coming that this quickly. This Strength card is about Leo. Leo energy, Leo energy, Leo energy. Fire, fire, passion. So, okay, so they wanted to say this is what we wanted to leave for last, is that it is about love. It is that it comes out of nowhere. I don't feel like the Seven of Pentacles is saying it's someone that you've been in, like, waiting for a relationship to, like, blossom with them or something like that. I feel like it's more that you've been wanting and, love and, having that desire, um, but that it does come out of nowhere, with that. And that's why it's outside of your expectations, because I do feel like it's outside of your view. Like anyone that's in your view now, it's none of them. It's someone that kind of blindsides you, and you're like, who are you? Well, what just happened? So I like that for you. So definitely a big event that comes in here for you there. We'll grab you fortune cookie here too. Hey Shivani, yeah, you can still donate. I'm going to be on for a couple more hours, so yeah, donations. There's a little list going, so we will get to it. So feel free to donate. You can use the super chat down below or in the description box of the video. I have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and Square. Whatever you'd like to use. All right, let's see here, Nelia. I know, interesting, right? Oh, maybe they'll French. Oh, yeah, in Canada, maybe they are French. Wow. Look, and there's that Leo energy again, the Leo the lion and the huntress. Look out, lion. I'm just kidding. It does remind me of the strength card, though, what we just had. Surrender to your full power. Your life is calling for you to step into your full power rather than playing it small. I like that for you because one of the energies, as I was mentioning, which we talk about all the time, so just a great reminder when I was saying, we've been wanting love. When we want love or feel we need love or our energy can kind of drift into that, that is lack energy, right? Even um like patience is a lack energy because patience is like I'm being patient with love coming because there's this mindset underneath that I should have it already. I should have found love a long time ago, so I'm lacking and it needs to catch up. Well, that's lack energy, which pushes it further away. It doesn't make it catch up, it pushes it further away, right? Wanting, needing it also pushes it away because that's lack, feeling like I don't have something in my life right now. When we fill up and realize and how that gratitude for I have all the love I need within me right now. I have the eternal, unconditional love of the higher realms. I'm grateful for the love that is within me. I'm grateful for the love that is in my life. And if we're looking and are desiring to have in our life a partnership with someone, we can think about the gratitude we have for partners we've had in the past. Like, what have I loved about these individuals? And if we haven't had love in the past, which can happen, I was a late bloomer. I didn't have a, a relationship until I was 29. I know what? It's because I'm a vampire. I never age. No, I'm just kidding. You could see all the gray. um, but if we haven't had love, we can even think about what we've loved and we're grateful for what other people had with each other too, and we can have that energy. So I like that. Perfect touch. It's the perfect little dessert for the reading, right? Fortune cookie. Right. That's what they have for that one for you, Delia. So many blessings to you. Appreciate you. All right, my dear. All right, so Maria P, you are up next. Let's grab your timestamp here. Put that down here. All right. You are very welcome, Nelia. So grateful. All right. So, Maria, let's scroll down here. Thank you for your donation via the PayPal. And for this episode of Days of Our Lives, the weekend edition, let's take a look here. What feelings and thoughts towards you today? So, let's see here. Feelings and thoughts towards you today. Not those, just those. Okay. And then last night you messaged on and off until 12:15, till after midnight. And then he turned into a pumpkin, right? He said he misses you, but then he said he passed out and knockout. Was that true? All right, let's take a look here. And then updates on the doc side. Okay, thank you. Anything else that they want you to know? Those. What's he up to today? Okay. I feel like anything you should know comes out with the anything else there. All right. Sorry, it's getting clearer. So thanks for putting up with my hacking, everybody. All right. So let's see here. We'll start off here with their feelings and thoughts towards you today. We do have the Nine of Pentacles. We do have the Page of Cups. Page of Cups, higher emotion, happiness, so very positive emotional energy. Five of Wands. Excuse me. And now I know this Five of Wands and the Nine of Pentacles energy. Nine of Pentacles energy is this feeling of wanting to have some alone time. And the Five of Wands is about a lot of activity around them. So I like that they're starting off here with the just letting you know, which is what you are really wanting to know, right? Which is um that that they've got this fullness of heart for you. So they have a great amount of love for you. But what's really clicking on their mind, I feel like they're mentally exhausted because with this Nine of Pentacles desire of aloneness and wanting to be alone and you know hermiting, this Five of Wands represents like a lot of drama around them, a lot of activity, a lot of people just, and then they're like, I just, like today their thoughts are, I just need to rest kind of energy. And it doesn't have to do with you, it has to do with everything else. And I feel like that's important for you to know. Like if you don't get the communication that you're wanting today, it's because they're like brain dead. They're having trouble talking. It's also important to realize, and this is good for everybody, that Mercury began its pre-shadow of its retrograde on Monday. And as we get closer to its actually retrograde date here in a week or so, communication can be sporadic and there can be static in our communication. So be aware of that as well. I can always tell because when um, my host, she has ADHD, and I think I have some of it too. And usually we can keep you on each other's tracks, but we'll be talking about something and she'll make a statement and I'll be like, what? You were just talking about Florida, but now you're talking, you never lived in Florida. She goes, no, I'm talking about Texas. I'm like, oh, whoops, I didn't make the leap over it, when that was coming there. So communication can be disturbed. Excuse me. Oh, I think it finally broke loose. Ah, but that communication could be disturbed like it just was. All right. Let's see what else we have here. So he said he passed out. And was that true? Let's take a look here. We got the Two of Wands and we've got the Fool card. It's interesting. The Fool card. There is yeah, I don't feel like there's not shenanigan energy here. This Fool card, I just feel like they weren't planning on drinking, they weren't planning on celebrating as much as they did with this Fool card, but I feel like they got a little bit of sun and a lot of alcohol, and those two combined is a passed out. So I do feel like that. That makes sense too with the other energy of I feel brain dead and I just need to rest. Probably they're probably hungover and not cognitively having trouble like waking up and going, right? And getting going. So yeah, I believe it there. Updates on the dark side, Knight of Wands. Yep. Fast, Knight of Wands. I don't, can mean passion, but I don't feel like there's passion there. I feel like it's more knights, fiery knights fighting. So I do feel like they're regular update. It's like asking how well, the volcano has lava boiling to the top of it as per usual. So I know we had a little bit of a calm before the storm energy, but I feel like the update in current energy today, it just feels like people who are not at their best on with short fuses today. So don't celebrate that. You're all yay, 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 yay. You're so funny. Anyway, we'll come back to this other one. So what is he up to today? Yeah, King of Swords trying to clear his mind, which makes sense. Yeah, and Mother Nature, Mother Nurturing. So this makes sense with everything else we've talked about, especially focusing on their head, their mind, mental energy. They're like, I feel like they're nursing a hangover, nursing uh, mind, their mind. And so this is kind of self care and chilling. They probably going to be a couple naps involved, trying to take it easy kind of energy. Anything else? Anything else you need to know, should know, what they want you to know? Eight of Wands. They have a great amount of passion for you. They do have a desire to communicate a lot with you. And Page of Wands. Great desire to be with you. That's like a higher volume. Did you notice? So there's a lot of fire, a lot of energy here. But I feel like they're, you know, they're very attracted to you. Um, Energetically and physically, amongst everything else. The Page of Wands, they already, you already know that it's not just that part of your relationship that they enjoy. They've got here, the Page of Cups, which is a heightened emotion as well. So just be patient with them today if they're not responding, because they're going to be like, I'm having trouble putting sentences together. My head is like, I'm stepping out of their energy because my head is starting to throb. It's like, wow. Yeah, let's get out of that. Because I just feel like foggy head around them. So let's see what your fortune cookie is for them here. Oh, what a great one. Love is a many splendored thing, as the popular song goes. There's a great song that has that in there. If you haven't heard it, it's an oldie. So you can just search for that. Love is a many splendored thing. And then it's probably in YouTube. It says, when we have surrendered all of the resistances to love and let go of the negative feelings that block it, then the world is radiant with the splendor of love. And that is right. They have to get that last message in there. If I focus on what I'm grateful for about what they do, what I do love about them, you know, I can remember in the beginnings when it was like, I wish that they would respond to me. I wish that we would could keep, have some continual conversations. Wow, on a holiday around a bunch of people, on and off until after midnight. What a blessing, right? Something to be grateful for. Think about all the things this week that you're grateful for in them. That's what helps raise that and bring more of that in, instead of, bringing in the other Papa Cuckoo Doo Doo, right? Right, so that's what they have for you, Maria. So many blessings to you. All right. And then up next, we've got Debbie O. Hey, Debbie O. Let's grab your timestamp here. I like all these threes and the 9. There's some great spiritual energy around that. 13309. So thank you for your donation. Let's give that a love and a like. So good to see you, Texas. So who will you marry and when? And then will it be a new person or the past male Pisces? Yeah, and all that Virgo energy. Oh my God, I saw that. Let me look up here because I wanted to look at that. Virgo Sun, Virgo Venus, Virgo Uranus, Virgo Pluto, Virgo Mercury. You have a very strong stellium in Virgo, eh? Which is great. Virgos can be very much in their minds, though, right? We can tend to overthinking. Sixth house energy of the journey of the body and health and the daily, right? You're like, oh my God, such is my life. So fun time. So let's dive in here, Debbie. So let's see, who will you marry? Let's take a look here on energy around who that is. What can we know about him? It's always a scavenger hunt. In other iterations of humanity, we actually kind of got a scroll in a way, a energetic scroll, knowing who we were gonna end up with and, all the information, and we knew it, and it was like, "Oh, there they are. Hey, nice to meet you. Here we go. Blah, blah, blah." It was like, it was lovely the first times we went through that, but after a while, we're like, "Boring." We want it to be like a scavenger hunt. This iteration of humanity, we've come in very much more veiled, and so it's more of an adventure of gathering little tidbits along the way as an exciting adventure. It's like getting home and having one little note that takes you to another place, it takes you another place to another place with little treats along the way, and then you get the prize in the end. But that's the kind of energy I feel that they want you to be aware of. And then let's look at when, based on current energies. What can we know about when? And is it going to be new or old? All right, thank you. That card came flying out. All right, so we'll find out what we can here. Okay, so now that I've got all that, we'll scroll down here. Hey, Debbie! 9966. Oh, very cool. So that's your buff day. Yeah, Virgo Sun and Cancer moon, and I'm a Capricorn rising, and I have a Pisces moon. Wow. Yeah, so that's great. Yeah, definitely with all this mental energy of the Virgo, even though they're an Earth sign, they have a lot of mental activity that Cancer Moon helps balance it out. Just like I'm an Aquarius sun, but I have a stellium in Pisces and then Capricorn rising. It's a good balance. It helps balance out all this mental air energy. So I like that for you, which does bring us into this here of the Fool card being the underlying energy around marriage, relationships, because the Fool card's the first card in the major arcana, the zero, and it is this energy of um, letting expectations go, getting out of our head of the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be, the must be. We talk a lot about expectations, how that's the relationship killer. It actually pushes things further away because we're focusing on what is not happening, what's not matching the list, instead of gratitude for what is, what someone is doing, who someone is, who I am, what the relationship is bringing me. So that's a good reminder as an underlying energy around relationships, is to almost get to a point where we surrender, going, Creator, I want love. I don't need to ask you every day, ask you once, because otherwise it turns into lack energy, right? Excuse me. So, there is this energy of, I'm not going to focus on those things. I'm focusing on the higher vibration. So I like that being underneath the surface. Let's see who this person is. You got the Two of Swords and the Empress. Yeah, this is the battle between the head and the heart. The Empress, the ruler of the heart, because she's 5 parts emotion, 1 part fire, 1 part earth, 1 part air. The Two of Swords, though, is this battle, and I like it that I thought that was part of a lot of cards will show a moon over one of the swords, and here it is. I like that. That here it is. And that is what I was talking about starting up here, because our mind will, we're all taught as children growing up, and a lot of supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's about who someone is supposed to be in the relation. Well, just who someone is supposed to be. When I meet them, who they're supposed to be in the relationship, how the relationship is supposed to start, how it's supposed to progress, what the outcome is supposed to be, who I'm supposed to be in the relationship, and just who I'm supposed to be in life. It's a lot of energy. It's exhausting, right? And like you said, never been married. Okay, that's good. Well, if I have an expectation I should have been married, that's lack energy, right? It's like, when is life going to catch up to where was supposed to be 20, 30, 40 years ago? I don't know if 40 years ago would be too far. We're almost around the same age. I think you're just a few months. I'm February 67, so we're not too far away, and and we have all those ideas, right? But this is that energy of um our heart has an idea of what it wants, and our mind has an idea of what it was supposed to want. And that's based on opinion and a lot of things growing up. And that's not uh, necessarily true. It's not true. It's a lie. Lies, all lies. If you ever saw Austin Powers, lies, all lies. Right.
This is my last word.
So
No!
those are not true. So this is that following your heart and allowing your heart. Um, and we can go about finding relationships in kind of two ways. One is like it's a position that needs to be filled in our life, right? An expectation. I'm supposed to have a lover in my life. And so if I put an ad out for to fill this position. It's like you're in a corporation, right? And we've got this, energy of like a CEO of a corporation, right? I'm putting out an ad and then I'm interviewing and I'm doing background checks, meaning uh, you know, checking their social media. The interview is dating, you know, and then we end up hiring them, and we find out they lied on their resume, and so we end up firing them. And then we look at trying to hire someone again. That's one way we do it, and that feels like work. It usually doesn't turn out too well, right? The other is that we live our passion, we live our life, we're doing the things on our heart. Again, the Empress energy. What do I love? I go and I do the things I love, and I love my life. Not even worried about, oh, am I going to have someone in it or not? Just trusting Creator. You're going to bring the perfect person in the perfect timing in the perfect way. I don't need to worry about it. But I'm out living my life and having passion about my life. And then I bump into someone who's also living their passion. And because we're both doing something we love, bam, there's the spark. And then a relationship grows and then it grows into romance. It's organic instead of job, must find, you know, fill a position. The other is about someone becomes a part of our life instead of someone working for us. So, this great energy of following your heart, I feel is a big piece here. And I feel like that's what you need to know is that it is going to be someone. If you follow your heart and follow your passion, that's kind of the when as well. When you follow your heart and passion, you will meet someone who's doing those things too. And you're going to have those things in common, and you're going to love to do those things together, whether it's a concert. It's something creative though. It's music or art or pottery, painting. Um, can even be cuisine and cooking. I've had the example sometimes that comes through of going to a cooking class, and someone else goes there by themselves because they're friends and family, and either weren't interested or someone canceled at the last moment. And so you're paired up with someone, and boom, we have that kind of energy that comes in. So I like that. Let's see what else we can know about them. Four of Wands. Here's the marriage card. So you do have marriage in your future here. And the Chariot card. Here's Cancer Moon energy. So this commonality, I do feel like they are going to have appropriate water and astrological energy that just makes you be able to understand one another. Um, I don't know if you follow the moon energy, being a Cancer moon. With me, all my water moon energy too. It is so helpful to know the phases of the moon, what because the moon, yeah, the moon changes every 2 or 3 days into a new sign, a new element. So if you're not aware of, like we're going into this, we're going into that, um, then you know because it we start off with fiery energy, and then we go into earth grounded energy, and then we go into the mind, and then we dive into emotion, and then back to fire. If you're not following that, it helps you understand yourself and realizing that I'm not emotionally unstable. I'm a Cancer moon. You're just like, I get it. Understanding that and following it helps you. But okay, good. I love that because that will help you with your relationship with them too. Because you're gonna understand, oh, why are they a little spicy today? Oh, that's right. We have an Aries moon or a Sagittarius moon or whatever. And every fire moon has a different flavor to it, right? Every earth moon does, every water moon all has a different. It takes us into what, like water moons take us into our heart, but it also depends on the extremity of it. Is it Cancer, Pisces, or um, whatever the other one is? Why am I going back? Scorpio. Hello. So we can do that, right? Yeah. You're nurturing and emotional because you're a Cancer. Yeah, so that you understand, oh, it's our tendency, understanding ourselves. So that's why I feel like it's important there that that you understand that. Let's see what else we have here. Yep, 7 of Pentacles. Yeah, they're worth the wait with the 7 of Pentacles. You said here you almost got married in 1998, but you walked away. Yeah, he passed away last year, but dated a friend in 2023, 2024. Okay. Yeah. So I like that. That energy that's here is it's definitely the waiting was on purpose for this lifetime, and you wanted to wait until now. Um, and I feel like I feel like these cards are about when. We'll probably get more about it, but I feel like in past lifetimes you've had like relationships and marriages early and on in your life, and I feel like in this lifetime you were like, yeah, you know what, I want this adventure to be different. And I feel like you've been with your Cancer moon, you've been nurturing, and you've had all this emotional energy to invest in other people and other things in life because of that. And I feel like it was on purpose for a purpose. So if you look back and find out I purposely did this, only with your ex fiance, ex sex is the best, isn't it? When we have no expectations, we're like, yes. When I'm absolutely not getting back together. Oh, that's what we're going to find out. Is it someone new or someone old, right? But let's take a look here. So tell us about the when. Yep. Wow, look at this. We got divine counterparts. You definitely have the Queen of Cups and the King of Cups coming in here. So with the Queen of Cups and the King of Cups, this is um, a lot about the self-love and like we were talking about here, the more that you follow your heart, that's when you guys meet, because the King of Cups and the Queen of Cups, they have in common cups. The King of Cups also has their one part cup, one part air. Queen of Cups is two parts cups, which is very emotional energy, which of course that would be you because you have all that Cancer and all that, um, you know, with that emotional energy. Um, but it's when you follow your heart is when you meet them. So that does answer the when in there. And definitely, so following your heart, getting out and doing the things you love is important. Is it going to be someone new or someone old? Let's take a look here. We have the Justice card. What an interesting energy with that here. Because what is this Justice card about? Because it's about balancing the scales. And what this energy is I'm sitting in is bringing in is a bit just like, yes. And I'm like, well, how can it be someone new and someone old? But it's not, yeah, very tenderhearted. I can feel your huge heart. I love it. Um, I don't necessarily feel like it's a past male Pisces relationship, but what they're saying is it's like you know them. So it's not someone that you've been in a relationship with before. That's the new. It's like something new, something blue, right? It's it's someone that you haven't been in a relationship with because it'll be a new type of relationship, but it is someone you've known in the past. But it does feel like a while ago, like it's someone that comes across your path that you haven't seen in like over a decade. It's like in quite a while. But in doing something you love, you come across their path and you're like, oh my God. And you're like, oh my God. And then there's the spark and a reconnection, but it's not someone you've been in a relationship with before, like a romantic relationship before, but you do know them, but from a while ago. Ooh, mysteries. So that's what they want to show you for today. Let's get you a fortune cookie here too. But I love this for you, Debbie. Debbie. But definitely follow your heart. What is your, if you don't have a hobby, it's time to get one. Get it. I'm going into I lived in San Antonio for 13 until I was 20, so 16 years. And so sometimes my y'alls and I go into a southern draw because it was when I was 13 to 29 is when I lived in Texas. So sometimes, yeah, look at this. Surrender to play. Isn't that perfect with everything I was saying? It's time to go. It's not about trying to find someone, which I don't feel like you do a whole lot anyway, but it's about getting out there and playing. Take a break from overthinking a goal, Virgo. Do something fun. Play is a time of recreation and rejuvenation. Isn't that perfect? I love that. These fortune cookies do so much reaffirm the messages so much of the time. So I love that for you. All right. Absolutely. That's what they have for you, Debbie. So thank you again so much for your donation. Good to see you. Much love. Oh, I know. Hermits, what is it like? Hermits unite on our own in our homes. But it's definitely, unless you order a mail order bride or groom off of the internet, they're not going to be delivered to your house. You have to go out because that's where your paths cross. So, you know, find a hobby, find something, even if it's like just a class. If you want to, um, teach something or learn something, painting, pottery, like I said, cuisine, cooking class. Yeah. And it doesn't have to be a lot, like, oh God, it's like just just to go to one thing, start off doing that, baby steps, right? All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear, my dear. Many blessings to you. All right. All right. And then Miss K, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. There we go. So hello, hello. Thank you for your donation. Let's give that a love and a like here. So what's coming in love in the near future? Let's take a look here. All right, there we go. Take a quick sip here. All righty. So what's coming in love in the near future? Okay. That one and that one and these two and these two with that one underneath. Okay. All righty. What do we have happening here? So we do have the Three of Pentacles as the bottom of the deck, like the underlying energy bubbling below the surface. Three Pentacles is about being true to your authentic self, being you, not trying to be who you want other people to be, which I feel like is your nature, is not to really I get an impression in your energy that you just don't really care what people think about you. You're just like, I'm gonna be me. It's not, you're not rude or mean or anything, but you're honest. You're not, you don't put on airs, you don't put on masks. You're like, I am who I am. If you can't take it, it's like the sun doesn't ask permission to shine. It just does. And if someone can't take it, they don't dim their light. They're like, put on some sunglasses, put on a giant sun hat, put on sunscreen, get in the house, get in the cellar. You need to step out of the sun if you can't handle it. I don't need to like dim, right? So I like that for you, and feel like it's important. The other thing with Three Pentacles, it has to do with hanging out in a group is an important energy for you. So you're encouraged to find a group of individuals that is in alignment with your authentic self. I feel like is an important piece there. So okay, let's see what else. What's coming your way here? You do have the Nine of Wands. So it does feel like there's been a barrier holding you back here. Let's see what's below these cards. You have the Knight of Swords, which is a good card of clarity coming in, and the Page of Swords. So both the Page and the Knight is all about, the Ace of Swords is the ability to gain clarity of understanding around something. And with the Nine of Wands, it's understanding, what is my block in this? What's keeping me held back? One of the things that is helpful that we talk about so much on this channel, I know, but repetition is good for us because we learn through repetition to focus on want and need and this and that. And when we focus in on that energy, it's lack energy and actually pushes the things away that we're wanting. But when we realize, and if we hear over and over again, gratitude for what I have and have had is what attracts more of that, if I'm sincerely grateful for that. So if I think about the love, it doesn't have to be romantic love either. But in the moment, I can think about, what love do I have? Just realizing the eternal unconditional love I have in my heart. I'm so grateful for that. I'm so grateful for the love I have in my life from whatever sources. And then for romantic purposes, what in past romantic relationships, think of the moments, because there'll never be like a person that you're going to be like, oh God, I wish I would have someone like that again. Because will it be like that, but not that, not that, not that, instead of focusing on the knots, because what does that do? Draws in more knots. We focus on what we loved and appreciated and are grateful for. I'm so grateful for that experience I had with that person at that time. Not everything, just that one, and this and that. And that sets us in this energy to draw that in. So, an important awareness of this, whatever this feels like is keeping us, is our energy. Um, uh, Coming in there. And if it's ever, sometimes there's, if it's a particular person, there could be a door that's locked because there's a hungry lion waiting behind it, and it's for our highest experience and sometimes even our safety. If like, open this blah blah blah, expletives door, and it doesn't happen, and we're like, maybe I can trust that it's happening because there's something with big teeth on the other side. So, all right, let's see what else we have here. You have one card and two cards, one card and two cards, then two cards and one card. So there is going to be a change that's coming here. But let's see what's in the middle here still. Yeah, Wheel of Fortune. This is an energy of the tuna for us. Remembering that everything that happens in our life is for us. And if we can step outside of that, belief that something's happening to me, because that's lower vibrational, just brings in more opportunities to feel like things are happening to me. There's no right or wrong, so we come down here to experience that for any period of time. But when I can move into this, everything is happening for me. There's a mirror for me. um, I wanted this to happen for me. What gift is in this situation? What am I learning about myself? Because there's always things that are being brought up for us to be able to go, yeah, this doesn't serve me anymore. I'm ready to let that go, whether it's old beliefs and mindsets or emotions or any energies, even physical things in our life that we're like, nope, every time I see that, I remember that good for nothing, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to give that away. I'm going to sell it, whatever. That energy doesn't serve me. Get it out of my house, right? Let's see what else we have here. We got the Knight of Pentacles. Yeah, that's the slow move, slowest horse out of them all. And the Three of Swords. Yeah. So it's realizing that even when things are slow moving, that it happens for us because gives me the time to question my expectations around relationships, right? All those supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's and have to be's, which are rooted in small t truth, rooted in fear. And I can release those expectations because expectations are one of those things that suck the life out of relationships. And so we learn a lot around love in this pause and this slowness. The wheel of fortune, it eventually turns. But while it's moving slow, it has given us the opportunity to let go of some old beliefs and mindsets that do not serve us anymore, expectations, so we can be more open minded. And the slowness has given you that opportunity. That is the tune of for you. That's why the slowness is happening. Otherwise, we're going to continue to do what we've always did and get what we've always gotten, right?
No!
Whoa, that's a strong no. That's funny. And then a a flying bug, flying little things around me. And when there's insects. Started off with gnats are a symbol for me for expectations because whenever I see one, um, we grew up with very strong beliefs that bugs should not be in the house. You know, chasing around with fly swatters, my brother chasing around with a rubber band to kill things that were in the house. And so whenever I see one, or especially in the past, I'd be like so angry that a bug was in here. They're not supposed to be in the house. Till Spirit was like, bugs have been in houses and homes ever since you lived outside as humans. And I'm like, oh, and what they have a right to be in your home than any other. So it's an idea of expectations. And as it just flew by, uh, confirming what the reading we just had, right? Right. What's flipping and switching here? The two cards here. All right. So we do have the Hermit to the Wands, the Four of Wands. Hermit is, of course, being to oneself and having alone time to be able to review these things we've talked about, transformation. But at the end of it, why am I showing the chat? That's funny. The Four of Wands is joy, celebration. It's also the marriage card. So I feel like this is a leap from hermit to marriage. Not overnight, don't worry, unless you want to run off to Vegas, get married by Elvis. But there's this energy of like it does go from that, and there is this movement, and you can trust the timing of it all. Yeah, the Ten of Pentacles underlying energy is relationship energy. Usually it shows two people with a child and a dog and an old man for um ancestry and the palace and the ten. So it's the fullness of life. They're like, it is in the cards for you to move in that direction and to have marriage, but these are the steps that are going on with that here. um Around that, it helps with the barrier, and it helps with releasing those expectations. So I feel like those are what they want you to know about what's happening next. But definitely with this Three of Pentacles, you even have the Three of Cups underneath that, which Three of Cups is about community, getting out into a group that of individuals that are like you enjoy being around, because it's like hanging around with like people that want the same things, enjoy more so enjoy the same things. And so that's an important part of your adventure there. All right, so hopefully that helps. Oh, got to get your fortune cookie. Can't cheat you out of that. Let's look at your fortune cookie first, but hopefully that helps here. So love in the near future seems to be being held off while we're working on that fun stuff. Let's see what we have here. Says when we are surrendered, there's no longer the pressure of time. Yeah, when we surrender to the creator, you're bringing the perfect person and the perfect timing in the perfect way. Go out and love your life, right? Says frustration comes from wanting a thing now instead of letting it happen naturally in its own time. Patience is an automatic side effect of letting go. And we know how easy it is to get along with patient people. Notice that patient people usually get what they want in the end. There we go. Boom, boom. Confirmation of what we were talking about, right? All right. So that is what we have there for you. All right. Okay, there we go. Sorry, got to find my place. All right, and then Sean G, you are up for your two. Let's grab your timestamp here. Boom. So thank you for your donations via Zcash app. So hope you're doing well. And I think you had commented something about meeting someone on a dance floor. Let's see. Your first one, though, is about finances for the month of July. So we'll look at that one first, and then we'll dive into the other one. All right. So, guidance for your finances for the month of July. So, what does Spirit want you to know about finances? Okay, that one. Not those. I feel like there's one more. I knew there was one more. Let's see what we have. All right, let's scooch these this way. See what this is. Well, the bottom of the deck, you do have the Justice card. The Justice card, number 11, is it's a good awareness card. Major Arcana, which is all about balancing out of the scales. The Ace of Swords that is present in it is about seeing things on one hand from a higher perspective. You know, understanding that, yeah, we have our small teachers around finances and the day to the day and our human beliefs that are not true, rooted in fear and expectations and supposed to. It's being aware of those that are going to be yapping in our ear, but being able to see things from a higher perspective. There was this, um, I think I just read it a moment ago, but in case you missed it, maybe it's still up on my Instagram. It is about abundance is the ability to do what you need to do when you need to do it, period. And that's from Bashar, who is a entity that someone channels, but powerful. It's abundance isn't about having a bunch of money in the bank or, you know, all this stuff and everything else. Abundance, and that is it gets to the heart of it, of a pure meaning of abundance, is that in this moment I have everything I need to do what I want to do. And it's like, well, I need this and this and this to be able to do it. It's like, well, in this moment, what can I do toward that? And I like that energy, but that balancing energy, because that's a higher truth that is very kind of opposite of human fear of I need to, that's my drive to win Powerball and in the past or Lotto, I want to have enough where I never have to worry about money again. And then when we sit on that, we hear that out loud is I would always worry about the money going away, or I would start spending the money on things, which is what happens to Powerball and lottery winners is they get all this money and they end up wasting it all away because it's not about what we have, it's about our energy. Doesn't matter how much we draw to us. If my energy isn't aligned in gratitude and abundance in the moment, it will all repel out of my life anyway. Wow, that's a powerful thing. I'm glad. Well, good reminder. All right. So let's see what else they want you to know. Guidance for July. The first card up here, you have the Knight of Pentacles. It's the slowest moving knight, but I don't feel like that is what's coming in here with this. Or there might be a little bit of feeling like molasses in December, which is slow moving. But the Knight of Pentacles is on a quest for worth and abundance. And so it's understanding our quest, because if I'm, we talk about that, right? The want and the need and the quest for more. It's like, well, really, the quest is about discovering I have everything I need in this moment, and gratitude. We find that the quest that we've been looking for all along is here, right? Let's see what else we have here. You do have the Four of Pentacles. This is at the end, because it starts off with the Knight up here, and then there's three cards like steps throughout the month. But you end up with the Four of Pentacles at the end of the month, which is a solid foundation in abundance and finances. But it also is the card that talks about the understanding that when I define myself by the outside world, relationship situations, and things, which things are like our finances, um, I feel unstable because all those things are unstable. So the only thing that is really stable in my life is when I turn inward and upward and I find the eternal unconditional love of the higher realms. Eternal, very stable, never ends. Unconditional, no conditions, also very stable. Nothing I have to do to earn it, nothing I can do to lose it. So when my foundation of my life and my worth is here, nothing to do with the outside, then there's a good energy that comes in with that, right? So stability. But let's see what leads you to there throughout the month. You've got I love this. Some of these cards. Whoa! Is that your morning hair? We've got the Ace of Cups, self-love, inward and upward, connecting to that higher love, that chalice. It's all about the self-love. And that's where our true abundance, our true worth is there. You have the Moon card. Again, this connection with the spirit world, with moon energy, um, a lot of unseen and unknown emotions around finances that can be released. I think you said you were going to get the book by Margaret Lynch, Tapping into Wealth. If you haven't checked that out yet, if you have, let me know how that's going, because it's an amazing, awareness around things too. Um, and the Eight of Cups, yeah, leaving behind emotions that don't serve you anymore. So their guidance is there's a lot of emotional energy of tying your worth to the outside world that's bubbling below the surface that you're not maybe conscious of, that can come up. I think I shared that with you, my Easter egg story. That's what got us to talk about that book. But I like it because I didn't even realize that I had these beliefs in lack below the surface, because when I was like a young toddler at an Easter egg hunt at my dad's boss's house, I was nailing it, and I was finding all the Easter eggs. My Easter egg basket was so full, like I almost couldn't fit any more in it. My dad noticed it, and he took my basket and he took half of the eggs, excuse me, and put them all back because the other kids' baskets were empty. I was nailing it. I was an egg hunter extraordinaire. But I didn't realize that had this belief that bubbling below the surface, my inner child was like, "You can't have that much. You can only have this much. You need to limit how much you have because it's not pleasing to the grand master." The king of the, they're not happy with you. Um, Even though he didn't like punish me, him putting them back, it wasn't like, "Good job." He was like, "Oh my god, give me that." And they put them away. Like, I don't remember, at least my inner child doesn't remember him celebrating, going, "Good job. Wow, how about we put some of these back and let other people, let's share your abundance with other people." And I'm like, "Oh, okay." That would have been a different story. But my inner child remembers, "Bad boy, you don't deserve that." So hopefully that helps. So I feel like that's what they have for you here for the guidance for July. July into yourself. Right. We all do when we have those stories underneath. The inner child doesn't get it. It's like, no, 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 no. I think you misunderstood the situation. You took it in a different way than was meant. Oh, okay. All right. So let's get you your fortune cookie before we do that. Let's fortune cookie for, okay, they want this one on the bottom, they said. So our higher self, which we might say is the composite of our higher feelings, has almost unlimited capabilities. Says it can create employment opportunities. It has the power to create the opportunity for loving relationships, financial opportunities, and physical healing. Don't you love that? So go higher self. I'm giving this to you. Help, please. I would like some enhanced financial situations, please. So hopefully that helps. All right. So that was number one. So thank you for that. And for number two, this is when you said you'd post in chat. All right. So you met this guy the other night on the dance floor. I love it. The strobe light. What's the energy around your connection? All right. Let's take a look here. Right, Nelia? That's cool that she met one on the dance floor. You must have been dancing up a storm. All right, let's take a look here. What's the connection between you and John Travolta? So John, we're going to call him John. What's the connection? And I feel like this one too. All right, let's see what we got here. All right. Well, bottom of the deck, we do have the Magician, just powerful masculine, divine masculine energy that comes in there. A lot of passion, a lot of fire energy, even though I think it's Mercury. So Mercury energy, that's usually into Virgo and Gemini, I believe. But I'm feeling passion energy coming in here at least. There's a spark. We'll see what else comes in here with that energy too. First two cards up, we've got the Five of Cups and the Seven of Pentacles. So the Five of Cups is a lot of sorrow, a lot of lower vibrational emotion from the past, and the Seven of Pentacles is a slow-moving energy. And I feel like that's their energy. And that makes sense with them being really focused in on the Magician passion energy. So there's energetic attraction, physical attraction, but they've learned to express themselves through passion because of past pain. They're not really in a place where they offer their heart very quickly. Heart is shared very, very slowly there. Passion, excitement, action. What they've been saying lately is motion, but not emotion. They're very much about motion, but not emotion, at least yet. They're very slow in sharing that. What other energy between you guys here? Yeah, this Fool card, this not wanting any no intentions, a lion who doesn't want to be caged. It might even be Leo energy with the feelings that are coming in here, but it doesn't have to be. But it's that Leo lion not wanting to be caged energy, and no expectations, no intentions, just adventure with someone. Doesn't mean they want to sleep around with everyone, but they also don't want, to go, well, where's this headed? Is like, why? They don't want to hear that. That's like the hearing a cage door open. Oh God, no. Yeah, 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 yeah. Let's see what else. Well, yeah, the Two of Cups. So there definitely is this attractive energy here with the Two of Cups. It's a relationship energy, emotional choice energy that comes in here. So there is this draw, very mirroring energy. Let's see what else here. And the Emperor. The Emperor is Aries, undecided where this goes or etc. But it is this energy of wanting a journey mate, but they don't know where this is ending. It's like an emperor who knows what everyone else is saying should be and supposed to be, but they're trying to decide what they want in their life. Then they'll make a plan and then they'll put energy toward it. But they're in an energy of very undecided and, undetermined energy that's coming in here. And I feel like as far as the energy around your connection, with the Magician card, that's also you. You get to decide what the energy is you want to put around the connection because it changes as you change. I feel like there's sharing here more, and there's one more card, then we'll get you a fortune cookie too. But it's very important for you to know where they're coming from to see what energy you want to put around it because you're the creator of the energy. Whatever energy is happening around it, you can change it if you're by where you're putting your focus, right? So you can focus on like if they're like, I want someone just to go on a journey with you, like, that's fine too. I'm not going to put expectations around it. I don't need to put intentions around it. I don't need it to be anything than it is. And I'm going to enjoy it for what it is, for how long it is. Then you're on an adventure and you get to enjoy it. But as soon as our expectations and intentions and we try to cage the lion, then the lion dies or it runs away. um, and so that's important for you to know. Let's see what this last card is here. You have the 10 of Wands. Where you invest your energy, it either will become a burden or it will become a harvest. But it's all about where you put your energy. Because as we talk about, right, if I focus on gratitude and joy for who someone is and what's going on and what I'm experiencing, just more joy, more excitement. But when we get into the lower vibration, expectations and want and need, sucks the life out of it, right? So hopefully that helps a little bit there. Enjoy the adventure without expectations and let it be what it is without trying to control it, right? That's our little inner child. I need to control it. I need to know. I don't like the unknown. That's why little inner children like the same story read to them at bedtime every night because they know how it ends. Ooh, wow. That's a new one. I've never heard that before. Our inner children love the same bedtime stories because they like to know the outcome. I mean, they already know the outcome. Yeah, so surrender to complete healing. This one says, open fully to the loving, compassionate forces of the universe that support your physical, emotional, and spiritual healing. But I feel like that is a message of just open up, just go enjoy this love energy and let it flow, let it flow, let it flow. All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. Let's get an update of where we're at here. So let's take a look here. We've got up next, we'll be going to Sudeshna and then to Sharu, I think is how you say that. Apologies if I'm totally murdering the pronunciation. It is definitely possible. And then we will circle back to Sudeshna and then to Shanae Govender. Oops, sorry. Itch, itch, itch. Itchy eye. Itchy eye. What does a right itchy eye mean? You're like pollen in the air. Okay, you're probably right. All right. And then let's see here. Let me just look at timestamps. Okay. And then we will move. Okay, back to Maria P. for your donation via the PayPal. And then we circle back to Sudeshna. Thank you for all your multiple donations. Goodness. And then to Jojo, Johanna. You had your opening concert, a whole day of rain. Oh, how beautiful. Isn't that amazing? It's an outside concert too, right? So it's like, yay. It's like all that emotion flowing down from the heavens. All right. So that's where we're at on donations. And I'm at almost 2.5 hours. So I'm not going to be able to get to any free readings during this session. I imagine with these that I'm have to do here, that's going to take me up past my 3-hour mark. You can try coming back tonight. I'll be back here from 6 to 9 p.m. Mountain Time tonight. Or if you're like, I'm tired of trying to get a free reading and I haven't, well, last night I got to all the readings. Thursday night, I didn't get to any. So it really depends on the session. But Sundays are different. Whatever I don't get to in my 3 hour morning session, I take a little break and I come back later in the afternoon and finish them all. So if you're like, I'll try tomorrow, you can do that. Or if you want to try tonight, feel free to do that too, because you just never know. All right. So that is what this dealio is. So let us jump in here. All right. So Sudeshna, let's put your, this will be your third timestamp, fourth reading. So thank you for that. Let's give that a love and a like here. Click and click. There we go. And so more insight on the tower moment. On which aspect of your life will it be? Love, career, health, or anything else? All right. Let's take a look here. So the tower moment from your earlier reading. Can we know more about that, please? Okay. And then, is it around love, career, health, or anything else? I do feel like it was around love by what they said in that reading from what they're recalling to me here, but we'll take a look here. All right. So bottom of the deck, we do have the Six of Pentacles. Six of Pentacles, it is a codependency awareness energy. So when we're looking at a tower moment, and I feel like they said like that it can be something that you are choosing to move out of your life and move out of there, because the Six of Pentacles feels like um, being aware of my overgiving, how much I give and how I'm not receiving, and that the scales seem out of balance to you with that. And I feel like that is part of what is coming is the balancing of the scales going, you know what? I do give and give so much mental energy towards this relationship and emotional energy and my focal energy, even physical energy towards a relationship. But we'll get more information just to make sure here, because it can be a relationship or situation or something, but it's about something that's out of balance, and you definitely feel this out of balance, and it's about helping balance the scales. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, Queen of Swords. Balance between the head and the heart. And the Fool card. Yeah, letting go of expectations and starting an adventure free of all of this energy that you've been investing. So it's going to be obvious to you because it's going to be the thing that is taking up so much of your mental, emotional, physical, and your spiritual energy. It's like, what are you thinking about the most every day? You're like, oh, I know what it is. And think about how much you're giving and how much you're getting back. How much of all that energy is going out and how much result are you getting back? You know, you went to college, right? You know what a good investment and a poor investment are, right? It's like, when I look at the cost benefit analysis, I don't think the reward is going to be worth all the energy I'm putting in. That's the out of balance scales, right? Let's see what else we have here. Yep, Queen of Pentacles, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. This is even the card that we got about how this particular person was thinking of you. We know it's T, right? We know that this is like, I'm ready to let this go. I'm realizing that this isn't going to go the direction that I'm wanting it to go. And I'm investing way too much of my life and daily energy into thinking about them and pursuing them and wishing and hoping, and my feelings around it's like making a decision to go back to this Full card. I'm letting it all go. I'm ending in an old cycle and I'm moving on. I'm making a choice to move on, right? I really feel like that's what this is about here. Yeah, the Wheel of Fortune. Ending and beginning energy, the tune of for you. And so this Queen of Pentacles is about, again, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. What is best for me? You're like, I'm not, what is matching my energy? I'm not getting a match. I'm feel like I'm pouring out my soul into a black hole It's like, let me come back to me. Let me look at what is for me and let me move forward in that. Let the wheels turn. But the 10 major arcana of significant ending and beginning, right? And yeah, the 7 of Wands about being true to your authentic self, not dimming your light, not needing to defend your actions, not asking permission to shine. And the 7 of Wands, I mean, think about how when especially let's this is about T, so let's look at this individual. How do I feel when I'm around them, right? I feel like I need to be who I think would be desirable for them. So just being true and being me. And when you start to feel that dimming of light when you're around someone, it's like, oh, I have a fear that I'm not enough for them and that they won't choose me if I'm not myself, and I need to be desirable and be who they want me to be. And when we think about that, it's like, I don't have to do that my entire life. At some point, I'm going to break down and just be me. And if they're not going to be happy with that now, they're not going to be happy with it then. So I'd rather be me completely. And if they're okay with that and accepting and loving of that, then all right, this can work. But whenever, we're feeling like we need to shrink, that tells us, okay, I feel like my energy doesn't match up with their energy because I'm trying to change my energy to match theirs. And that doesn't work. It's like, I got to be true to me, especially like with their beliefs and everything else is like, I don't want that. But you're afraid to say it because you're afraid it's going to impact your relationship. Screw that. It's like if I don't want to do something or be someone or act a certain way, and someone goes, well, I can't be around you if you don't do this, then you're like, bye. Because thank you for showing me that, because I want to be able to be me, and in you being you is who you will draw in, right? And I do feel here the King of Swords, this is all about your thoughts and your beliefs, your mindsets. A lot of clarity that comes in here because you've got the King and the Queen of Swords. um Queen of Swords is balanced between head and heart, and you're wanting someone who's a good fit for you, but someone like the King of Swords, who's just in their mind but doesn't have any heart, is lacking that feeling of, again, matching your energy. You deserve to be with someone like you that wants to communicate with you like you do, give like you do. You want that. And instead of feeling like you have to overgive, you want with the Six of Pentacles, and even underneath that, this balanced relationship, the Two of Pentacles, someone that is equal giving and receiving, and you don't get that from them. So I feel like that's what this Tower is that you realize that you're like, this isn't for me. I deserve to be with someone like me, and I'm okay to let this go and stop pursuing um, that it needs to be more than it is, right? So I feel like that's the big message for that. Let's see what the fortune cookie comes in here. Okay. So it says, love illuminates the essence of, and therefore the lovability of others. This is because love opens the heart. So it says, the mind thinks and argues, but the heart knows and continues. The mind can be critical and disagree, but the heart is loving no matter what. The heart does not put any conditions on what's out there. Only the mind does that. Love makes no demands, right? So this is about following your heart and getting out of the head of the supposed to, should, need to, have to. And it's like your heart knows that it's not, I don't want to say it's not welcome there, but it knows that there's no room for love at that inn because they're closed. And who knows when they'll open. And it's like, well, I'll wait. You're like, why? Why do you feel it's waiting, worth waiting for, right? So I feel like that's what they have for that one there for you, Sudeshna. So many blessings to you. We'll circle back around. You have 2 more coming up. You'll be here after we're about to go for Sharu's. So you'll be up after that, and then a couple more after that. All right. So thank you again for your multiple donations. All right. Let me find my space here. There we are. All right. So Sharu, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. And again, apologies if I'm not saying your name correctly. Oops, hold on. There it is. Okay. Let's give that a love and a like. Whoops, since it lets me. So thank you so much for your donation. And if I remember, it's further down here. There it is. So you've already taken admission in an MBA course, but you're not satisfied with the college. Should you ask for a refund and try to find another college, or MA economics? Would you get a job? All right, let's take a look here. With Spirit, there isn't really shoulds because they look at every choice as just different with different outcomes and different experiences. So what we'll do here is we'll pull cards around the energy, around the different choices, and then you can decide what's more in alignment with what you're wanting, and that helps you make your decision. Because they honor your power of choice. They're not going to be like, no, this is what you should do. They're not. They're more like, what adventure do you want to go on next? Or it's like a waiter, and we're going, what should I eat? And they're like, what are you hungry for? That's more of the energy of Spirit. So if you ask for a refund, what type of energy is around that? Okay, boom, boom. And then what is the energy around finding another college based on current energies? Okay. I feel like those are for that. And then what about MA in economics? What does that energy look like? One card for that. Okay. That's either going to be a great card or a whoa card or a meh card. We'll see. And then based on current energies, if you did make a choice to ask for a refund and pursue a different college or major, would you get a job? Okay. And one card for that. All right. So underlying energy just around everything together. Anyway, you have the Ten of Swords. Ten of Swords is about expectations and just being tired of trying to live up to everyone else's expectations and all of these mental supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's and have to be's and must be's, all these small t truths rooted in fear of failure, fear of not being good enough, all that kind of energy. And so getting out of our head and understanding what it is we truly want is important, because sometimes we're afraid of making a wrong choice because we're afraid of letting certain people down, or what will other people think, and blah, blah, blah. That's all the noise in our head. Taking a big, deep breath, stepping out of, closing your eyes, opening your heart, go down spiral stairs and knock on your heart's door and go, hey, can we chat? What do you want? Let them have a seat at the table. If your mind's determining it, a lot of it is rooted in fear of making wrong choices. Whereas when you get down and you talk with your heart really knows what it wants. It'll give you clear direction too. So I feel like that's an important part of your process here too. So energy around here, if you ask for a refund and back out of this program, Nine of Cups. This is a emotional dream come true energy. And the Five of Wands. Yeah, change of energy from feeling lower vibrational and fearful and stressful into something higher vibrational, which is more like a feeling of love and peace instead. So it feels like this brings you more in alignment with what your heart really wants, because the Nine of Cups is the heart's dream come true energy, and it changes the energy from stressful and to something much more higher in vibration. So seems like it would be a positive thing here. But let's see what else here. What's the energy around finding a new college? The Hermit is about taking some time to step back and understand yourself, look inward. So it's important to take the time looking inward. Yeah, the battle between the head and the heart, as I was talking about with the Two of Swords. So that is part of the process. They're like, it feels like it's a positive for you to ask for a refund, get out of the program. But before you jump into finding something else, it's about spending some time really understanding what it is of other people's opinion that's influencing what you want and what your heart really wants. With that, you also have the Temperance card, yeah, the working things out, the balancing of things out, and the Lover's card. Yeah, emotional choice. So there is this looking at, what does my heart want? All this energy that's coming in here. Because if we're trying to do what our mind is telling us we should do, we're going to end up existing. When we follow our heart and see where it's leading us, then we feel like we're living. So existing or living is what's going on. And this is, I feel like, what's nudging you here, going, oh, I feel like I'm doing all this. And I feel like, yeah, this is what I should do, but my heart's not in it, right? My heart is not in it. Interesting, right? Let's see here. If you move into MA economics, it's a new passion, Ace of Wands. If that's what brings you excitement and brings you joy, the Ace of Wands, that's a very positive energy as long as you have passion for it. Because I feel like if you go into that, you have to have passion for it, or it's going to end up feeling like prison, not in a fun way. Would you get a job with changing these things? Again, Six of Cups. It comes down here with the Six of Cups, all this emotional energy, finding something that your heart desires. Because I feel like at this point in your life, and there's a lot of this energy going on this year, especially, and even into next year, of we're tired of doing what we're supposed to do out of fear, and our hearts want to be heard. Our hearts want to be expressed. We want to live, not exist. And there's so much of this that if you chose the mind's fearful, decisions, then it's difficult to find a job because there's this energy of resistance from deep within our subconscious and our world down here that is not wanting us to go that way. So to be very difficult when we're following our heart, things just seem to open and flow with that. So hopefully that makes sense there, Sharu. And let's see what your fortune cookie says here too. All right, I'm doing this one here. Yeah. Surrender defensiveness. Defensiveness is a sign of weakness. To communicate is a more empowered way. Stay centered and hear someone out. They then offer a clear, non defensive response. I like this too because she has the Ace of Swords. It's like the Ace of Swords energy, which is about looking at things from a higher perspective and cut away the lower vibrational thoughts and beliefs that don't serve you anymore. Because when we're defensive, we're like, oh, no, no, it's out of fear is when we're defensive. And it's like, oh, so this is rooted in fear. Because when I'm following my heart, I don't need to be defensive. I just follow my heart, right? So hopefully that helps there for you, Sharu. So many blessings to you. That's what they have there. Oh, there you go. You're really afraid. Yeah, scared to make a choice. Sometimes I don't know what my heart says. My heart is dicey, shifting from one to another. Well, and it could be, it's important to like step back and get out of your head, because if you're listening to your heart while your head is still blah 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 blah, then it's like two people having a conversation. For me, I can't hear either one of them clearly. When two people are talking to me at the same time, I'm like, my mind doesn't know what to focus on. It's confused. And that's what happens to most of us. There's some people that can, especially moms, right? They can listen to 5 conversations at the same time because they're used to doing it with children and everything else in life. Very talented. Yeah, I can't do that. So I feel like it's important to step back, get away from all the noise, even get out into nature and just sit and get out of the get out of your head and into your heart. Yeah, the chances of getting a job I feel are low whether you stay in the program or if you pursue something of your mind only without allowing your heart to also have a say so. Because I feel like it's, this energy of getting away and getting away and getting away and getting away. It's like I can't, the heart doesn't want that. So it's going to be difficult to find. But it's if you're following your heart, then it flows more easily. So it's really that hermit card is really important about taking a step back away from everything, taking a little sabbatical of some sort to be able to, look in on your where is it that your heart get in connection with your heart is important. And whether that's through meditations or a hike, a walk, painting, how is it that you commune with your heart? And if you don't know how, even just Google, how can I connect with my heart? And see what resonates too. Because there's no wrong way, but you'll know what way is right for you, right? So that's what they have for you, Shoru. So hang in there. But yeah, that fear really is, that means it's rooted in um, the mind and not the heart, because the mind's the one that judges us so harshly, right? All right. So that is what they have for you. You are very welcome. Hang in there. I know that's the fun adventure of life, right? Not wanting to make the wrong choices because we fear making the wrong one. But when we're following our heart, there is no fear. It's all yeehaw. All right. So we'll move forward here. So Sudeshna, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. 2, 6. Okay, I think I have that one here. Let's put that here. Boom. All right. And then, after this, we'll have Shanae and then Maria P. And then back to you, Sudeshna. And then we'll end the session with Johanna. I won't be able to get to any free readings today. I didn't get to any free readings on Thursday. I got to everything last night. This session, I'm not going to be able to get to any free readings. I will be back tonight from 6 to 9 p.m. And then also tomorrow. Sundays are special, that whatever I don't get to in the morning session, I do come back in the afternoon and finish out everything. I had been doing that for a couple months for every session, which ended up being a 6-hour session in here. And I ended up doing 12, 13 hours of readings, and I was way out of balance. And I knew eventually Spirit was going to be like, really now? And so the time has come for me to balance back out again. So apologies for all of you that I didn't get to. Please try tonight if you'd like, or for sure tomorrow. I will make sure you get a reading tomorrow if you put your question in between 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. tomorrow. All right. So thank you guys for understanding. I really appreciate that. All right. Sorry, Sudeshna. Back to you. Let's give you a love and a like here. And this is what this is 2, 3, 4. This is question number 5. So you're currently working in a company, Cognizant. Oh, how interesting. How will be the upcoming time in your career and work, and how will be the work be and everything else? All right, we'll take a look here. All right. Shuffle up here. Let me take another sip here. Sorry, got a little too much on my lips there. Okay. All right. So Sudeshna, at your current company, based on current energy, how will the upcoming time be in this career, in this job, right? So in the career field that you're in, and then also just this place, the work specifically, right? We'll have that. And then just how will the work be at the current company? All right, one card for that. And anything else they want you to know about being cognizant. All right. Is that it? That is it. All right. All righty, ready. Let us start with the energy on the bottom here, Sudesh. We have the Seven of Swords, which is an energy. Well, I think this is the Seven of Cups too. Yeah, we definitely have this kind of a conflicting energy underneath the surface here, because there is like sevens are uh, a number. If you think of like sixes, there's three on each side. Beautiful flow in the middle, but if you have a seven, there's one in the middle, bam, which creates an obstacle. It feels like both mentally and emotionally that the energy that you're having around the job right now, and can be a little bit mixed with career too, you kind of feel conflicted is a good word, emotionally and mentally conflicted about your job and career, like the career that you've chosen. So a lot on your mind, a lot on your heart. So makes sense why you're asking questions around it, right? So how will be your upcoming time in your career? Let's look at that right now. So the career field that you've chosen, you have the Two of Wands, which is the power of your energy, and the King of Cups, a balance between head and heart. So I like this energy coming in regarding career, because, of course, it says whatever you focus on in your career, whether are you focusing in on what you hate, what you don't like, what you want and need, like around the lack energies. We talk about this all the time, right? If my energy is focused on that lower vibration, it pushes things away. So if I don't like this, if I feel I need to have this in order to be successful, I need this recognition or this position or this um, education or this accomplishment or this particular position or this project. If I'm looking at not gratitude for what I am experiencing, what I'm enjoying and loving in the moment, what I'm grateful for, and what I have had in my career, then I'll grow that and that'll expand. But if I'm focusing on the other, then, you know, that's of course what grows and expands. So it's important to get this balance between head and heart, knowing that there's things your heart wants to do, there's things your mind wants to accomplish, and we can't like totally lobotomize our ego in our brain and go, you can't have anything. It'd be like, what? We can greet our mind, let our mind have a seat at the table as long as we have our heart at the table too. Then our mind won't go out of control, and our heart will like, well, what about what I want, right? So it's important for both to be there, both heart and mind, regarding career, and being aware where you're focusing on there. Work with cognizant specifically, they got the justice card, balance, a need for balance um, at your work there. Um, it is about seeing things from a higher perspective, gaining some clarity around what's possible, what's available. The Seven of Swords on the bottom is a card of some mindsets that you might have that defeat your ability to achieve things that you want. So a belief in limitation that can be removed with this too. So I feel like that's important, is like the only one that can keep you restricted is you. The fears of what people will think is what will keep us limited, but that all happens in here, not out here. They can think anything they want, and if I don't know about it, I'm fine. I'm going to be me. But it's when I'm going, I wonder what everyone is thinking, then I'm allowing all that to influence who I am. This, who do you think you are, is an important energy with this. I got the Queen of Pentacles, which is abundance. It feels like the work will bring this energy. Make sure you're nurturing yourself. Work-life balance with this Justice card and the Queen of Pentacles too. Make sure you're taking time for you and don't feel like you have to work so hard and overwork to where there's this out of balance energy. Because we don't, let's see, how does it go? We don't live to work. We work so that we can live. So it's important, if we're not living life and enjoying the fruits of our labor and all we're doing is working, then that defeats the purpose. We're not living anymore. We're just being a slave, right? And the Three of Swords. Facing your fears with all of this swords energy, being aware of what are the expectations you have. And because if we are focusing on supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be and must be at work, we're focusing on what a company isn't being for us, what an experience working from them is not being for you. So I feel like a big piece of all this energy, this a lot of the swords energy around your job is you have a lot of struggle up here, a lot of fears up here about what other people are going to think, and that your success, like a lot of your anxiety comes around being attached to outcomes, that these things have to happen or it means I'm worthless. And that can be stuff below the surface, but becoming aware of that, this is where the source of the fear is that other people's opinion of me defines me. No. Well, what if they fire me for not doing the job they want? Doesn't change your worth, it just changes your work location, right? You're like, no, that doesn't define who I am. Um, and that's okay. Sometimes we can be in an abusive relationship with our job. We could be abusing our job, or our job can be abusing us, right? And we're like, I don't want to be in a toxic, abusive relationship with my job. And I can change my actions and my perceptions. But if a job is doing this, then I don't need to stay in it. I can move into something else. Um, let's see here. And then how will the work be? So how will your work be at Cognizant? Okay. Well, we have the Tower card here. It does feel like there's going to be some changes, some sudden changes in the work. I don't feel like this is like termination or anything like that. I just feel like there's a lot of sudden changes, sudden movement, sudden restructuring. You're going to be doing this now. You're going to be doing this now. There's a lot of fast changes that are coming up in the work. And so being aware of it helps you go, all right, our little inner child hates change. It likes, that's earlier in the session today. First time I heard this from Spirit, which is a great way they're bringing up, is that our inner child doesn't like surprises. It doesn't like news stories. That's why our inner child likes the same bedtime story read to them, because they know how it ends. Not knowing how it ends kind of freaks out our inner child, but we can comfort them knowing, like, we knew this was coming. We know sudden change is coming, and that's okay. We'll flow with the change. And if it's a change I don't want, guess what? I can go somewhere else if I don't like it. And that's the freedom. We're not prisoners to a job, right? Um, if something changes and I don't like it, there is always a way out into something else through choice. So I like that. Anything else they want you to know about working there? You have the Sun card overall, a great abundance, a great sunshiny card on here. Two of Pentacles is a very balanced energy there too. So that's why I like with that after that Tower, just to kind of reaffirm for you here. Let me sit on my shirt so it keeps not rising up. There we go. Yeah, sit on your shirt. Sit still. But balance and all this energy, I feel like it's a good energy on the other side of it so that you can see what's coming up. All right. So that is what they have for you there. Let's get you a fortune cookie there. And we'll circle back around for your final one for this session here. Come on. There we go. So let's see what else we have here. Okay. Yep. So start the day by surrendering your thoughts and feelings about your expectations. That's exactly what you're talking about. Picture the way you would like it to go and let go of all the negative thoughts that would interfere with things going that way. So we start here, right? Letting all that go. It says, then at the end of the day, sit down and surrender anything that came up that you overlooked or didn't have time to pay attention to. This is called cleaning up. which may help you sleep better. These are all from a book called Let It Go by David Hawkins, if anyone's interested. That's where it comes from. All right. So boom, boom, boom. That is what we have for you for that one. Sudesh, Sudeshna, not Sudeshni, Sudeshna. All right, so many blessings to you. All righty. We are moving right along. We just have 4 more donations to go. Right. So let's take a look here. Okay, there we are. Getting to the right place here. So Shanae, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Whoops. Let's grab your correct timestamp. There it is. So 3 hours and 20 seconds. And after I just have these 4 more donations, and then I'll be headed out. Whoops, I didn't grab the complete thing here. This helps. I didn't get to any free readings in this session, and I won't be coming back on to finish those out. I only do that on Sundays now. So if you'd like, I'll be back here at 6, from 6 to 9 p.m. And then tomorrow between 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. Mountain Time, if you put your question in, if I don't finish it in the morning session, I will come back on and have a second session to complete everything out for that day. So thank you for your patience. I'm sorry I didn't get to any of the free readings. I did get to everything last night. If you had one last night, be sure to check out the pinned comment, because after each stream, I always put a pinned comment, all the readings I completed with timestamps too. So just let everyone know. Right. So Shanae, thank you for your donation. Let's give that a love and a like here. And I am well. I hope you are well. So your question is, may you have some guidance with your connection with Kay. Is it over between us or not? All right, let's take a look here. Okay, tell us more about this connection with Kay, please. Okay. Have those in the middle. Okay. See what all this is happening here. All right. Okay. Oh, I know. I know my face hides nothing. People often comment, the look on your face when you pulled that card, I knew something was up. Well, the bottom of the deck, we have the death card. So it does appear with the death card, it's a death and rebirth card. We'll see here if there's a rebirth at all here. But it does appear that the connection is over, at least momentarily. We'll see if there's any reconciliation that comes in with this, but it does appear with the death card to be very clear. Let's see here. You've got 1 card and then 5 cards and then 1 card. Let's see what this first card is here. We have the Knight of Swords. The Knight of Swords is a card of clarity in the quest for clarity, seeing things from a higher perspective. And it does feel that way here, that the 5 cards in the middle will tell us about the clarity. It's going to bring us clarity about what would have to change in order for there to be an reconciliation or a reconnection between the two of you. And we'll see what that reconnection would look like with this other card. Let's just jump to that first. All right. Let's just jump to the end and then we'll see in the middle. Is that all right? You're like, absolutely. All right. The King of Wands. So it would bring, around this energy, if we do these changes, it would still come down to, is this, it's a decision that would have to be made that individually I have to decide what I want. They have to decide what they want. And then a plan and then action. This where this clarity comes in, and again, we'll look at these other cards in the middle, is if I am going, well, do they want a connection? That depends on whether I want one or not. They're like, don't go down that hole. they're reminding me there's this book by Humble the poet called How to Be Loved. And there's this quote in there they're bringing back to me, which was rather than looking at does my energy match theirs, there's this power change where we get our power back to going, does their energy match mine? Isn't that amazing how that just switches things up in our being and going, do I match up to theirs? Because I'm looking at how do I have to change to match them versus I deserve to be who I am. And does their energy match up to who I am? And if they don't, then that tells me, bye. It's like, I'm not going to expect them to change. Then why do I expect myself to change? And I'm not going to expect them to change. If their energy doesn't match up to mine, I can't change it. I know that's something to realize. I can't make someone be who they're not. And so if their energy doesn't match up now, then it may never. We'll find out that with this Five of Pentacles, too. I mean, not Five of Pentacles, 5 cards. If what it says about all this, but it's important energy to know. All right, let's see what this is. The in between here. Yeah, we have the Full card. It would require us letting go of all expectations because expectations are what destroy relationships of all kinds. Because all these thoughts of supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be and must be, that's what sucks the life out of things, especially relationships. And so when we're looking at this energy that comes in here of, you know, it's like we have this little list. Are they doing that? Yes. Are they doing that? No. Are they doing that? No. They're doing that? Yeah. Are they doing that? Yeah. They're doing that? No. No. Our evaluation, we look and go, okay, what aren't they doing? That's what we're focusing on, right? Because when we have expectations, we're just looking at we have to do all this work just to get up to ground zero. Then above and beyond starts to happen, but it's exhausting because we have all this stuff. And then what we're doing is like they've done this, I'm focusing on what's not being done. And when I'm focusing on lack, what happens in my life? Ding, 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 we have a winner. We get more lack. And that's what sucks the life out of a relationship because we're focusing on what's not happening instead of gratitude for who someone is, what something is bringing, you know, all the things we love and are grateful for, then that expands. But we end up with expectations, focus on this. That's what the Full card is saying. That would have to happen on both sides of you letting go of that, them letting go of that. Then there can just be a relationship of gratitude without a whole lot of disappointment, right? We got the Three of Wands, so that would be changing the direction. You can't go back to do things the way you've always done it and expect a different result, is what it's saying. We'd have to change course and do things differently. We have the Eight of Wands. Eight of Wands is a lot of energy. It would take a lot of energy, a lot of passion, but that's important. It's equal passion, 4 wands on either side. And being an overgiver that both you and I are, and most of the people in this chat, it would be about realizing a relationship where you give 70% of all the emotional and other energy and they only give 30 is not healthy. What? But that's the way it's always been, right? Since we were very young, we felt like we always had to overgive. But it's recalibrating within ourselves, going, I deserve equal. And yeah, relationships, go back and forth sometimes, 60, 40, 40, 60, 70, 30, 30, 70. But when it's consistently one, you realize you're the life support system that was keeping it alive in the first place. And sometimes you just have to stand on the air hose. No, unplug. Beep, right? Sometimes it's just when a relationship is brain dead, it's just become a living vegetable and it's time for death, right? And that's kind of got dark, didn't it? Sorry. Whoa. All right. The Four of Wands, yeah. Joy and happiness equal again. Eight of Wands, 4 on each side. The 4 of Wands, 2 on each side. Equal balanced energy and the focus on joy and celebration and gratitude too, with a lot of that. Yeah, and then again, equal balance, coming out with the Justice card. They usually have the scales. So it would be about, deserving and knowing that, that, being with someone that's capable of actually doing that too. So, oh, sorry, didn't see you were saying hello. I know, and that's, yeah, that's period. It is. So we do have that, right?
No.
I'm gonna play you each one.
N-O. No. No means no.
I won't play them all because they get increasingly loud and demanding. Whoa, okay. So, but you deserve to have, that equalness here. Let's see what your fortune cookie says too. So, if we get stuck in a feeling, it is useful to look at the question of what we think we have accomplished by hanging on to it. Or if we get stuck with a person, we will almost always find that we have a fantasy that it will have some effect on some other person and change their behavior or attitudes towards us. If we let go of that, we become willing to surrender the feeling itself. Yeah. So realizing I can't change them is a big, important piece of all that, right? Is like, you know, let people show you who they are, and then, we go from there, right? So that is what we have for you there, Shanae. So hang in there, my dear. We send you lots and lots of love. You deserve to be with someone like yourself in a positive way. So you are very welcome. Thank you again for your donation. All right. So, Maria P., we are back around for your second donation. Let's put your stamp out yonder. I don't know why I suddenly went into Southerner, but there we go. So, Maria, let's get to your email via the PayPal. Let's see what we have here. So many blessings to you. All right. All right. So your daughter found him online and you told her not yet, maybe another time. Oh, like friending them or connecting with. And you mentioned it to him and he said, yeah, it was cute, but maybe not a good idea. She'll ask many questions. And I said, yes, no worries. So thoughts and anything else on this? Okay. Okay. And then is he upset at you? Okay. So, what around this altogether here? Yeah, the Judgment card. Yeah, this being judged by all these people. He definitely has fears there. 3 of Cups. So he did have joy. He did think that was cute. But yeah, that fear of judgment and everyone seeing things being said. They're not ready for all the questions that she would ask, but also that everyone else would ask, because she may not know what to put out there and what not to put out there yet, right? And if he hasn't shared it a whole lot, people are going to be like, who's this? What's this about? Right? He's not ready for that. The 9 of Wands. Yeah, it is the barrier that's there. They do want that force field up right now. So they do want to have this sense of control in a way around what's happening um, in their life anyway, but especially with what's going on between the two of you. We have the King of Swords, yeah, in their head, all this thinking, 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 but balance, Two of Pentacles, so that's good energy. Knight of Wands, you made him sweat a little bit for a moment. What? So, but I don't feel like they got upset here. Yeah, they didn't get upset. Just today, of course, today, with the Nine of Pentacles, they're in this kind of hermity, be alone energy, right? It did bring them a lot of different emotions with the Seven of Cups. Um, but I don't feel like they're upset. The Two of Wands is the power of energetic choice, but I don't feel like like they're not like mad and upset, but I feel like it. Um, Let me see. Let me find a good word that won't freak you out. As I was going to say, disturbed them, but that you'd be like, "What? What?" It's like, no, not in that way. It's like, it shook them a little bit. That's a good word. It shook them because, again, this is their big fear is that suddenly, look at their eyes. What? And all these people going, "What is this about?" They would just felt like beads of sweat formed on their forehead, asking that. So I don't feel like I don't feel like they got like upset at you. I feel like it upset them, like, okay, no, 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 that's not a good idea. You know, she'll ask questions like if she just private messaged him and stuff, but he's like also has this fear that something would, you know, suddenly be out on their social media or whatever, and they're like, nope, 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 not a good idea right now, not yet, not yet. So, but he did think it was cute, so I like it there. All right. So let's see your fortune cookie here, Maria. All right. So this says, once the experience of peace has occurred, we're no longer a victim of the world. Yeah, I like that too. Just, excuse me, realizing that you have no control over their choices with that Two of Wands. And that if, they can also choose to not be it. But I feel like it was more reaction. The fear kind of came up suddenly, but then they got over it. So that's why I feel like they're not mad or upset with you. Um, it says, with continual surrender, we begin to experience these states of peace with ever increasing frequency. When the clouds are removed, uh, the sun shines forth, and we discover that peace was the truth all along. Surrender is the mechanism that uncovers the true nature of our existence. So that's a good energy of, releasing the expectations, releasing your responsibility for other people's emotional choices and things along those lines too. So, but I feel like they're fine. He does think it was cute. It brought him some joy, and then it freaked him out a little bit because his mind, he gets into that head of his, and oh no, what if I haven't told people, and they're like, what? Wait, what is this? What? Like, whoa. He didn't get time to prepare people, and then right, all right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your additional donation. I greatly appreciate that. All right. And then, Sudeshna, we are back to you for your final one for this session. This was 2, 3, 4, 5, your sixth question here. So thank you for all your multiple donations today. There's all your timestamps all together. Of course, we'll have a pinned comment at the end when the stream ends here in a few, and that'll all be located there too. So, Sudeshna, let's give that final one here. Love and a like, because it lets me. And you want to know what's coming in love towards you and spirit messages. All right. And for anyone else coming in, I apologize. I'm only going to past my 3-hour mark, but I'm finishing up donations. I didn't get to any free readings in the session, and I won't be able to. And I'm not doing any makeup sessions on outside of Sundays. Sundays will be the only day I'll be doing that. So whatever I don't get to Sunday morning, I'll come back and finish out Sunday. So if I didn't get to you in this one, I did finish everything Friday night. So Thursday, I didn't have any time for free readings. I had donations. Last night, I got everything done. This one, I'm only getting donations done. We'll see what happens tonight for my 6 to 9 p.m. session. But if you don't want to try this evening, definitely come back tomorrow and put that in, and I will make sure to get you a reading tomorrow for sure. Okay. All right. So Sudeshna, let's take a look here. What is coming in love towards you? Okay. There we go. And messages from Spirit regarding that or anything else. I know. Temperance on the bottom of the deck regarding love, right? If it's being temperament means patience, right? We love hearing that with relationships, but it's the going back and forth between the cups. There is progression, there is things that are unfolding. Slowly, the magic of love is slowly turning this base metal into gold, but it is about there's slowness happening here. Let's see what else they want you to know here around love. You have the Knight of Swords. Yeah, the slowness is giving you the opportunity with this Ace of Swords, the quest of seeing things from a higher perspective, capital T truths rooted in unconditional love around love and relationships. But it also helps you transform some old expectations around love and thoughts and beliefs around love that don't serve you anymore. So the slowness of the Temperance card has given you that opportunity to do that. Yeah, you have the Page of Wands. So there is a heightened attraction that will be coming your way after you've been doing these things. Yeah, there'll be a new love. So you do have Ace of Cups and Page of Wands that is coming towards you. But before all that happens, you do have this inner adventure of looking at what do you expect from love? What does love look like to you and why? And does it need to look that way? You know, when we get to a point of releasing ourselves from a lot of the mind regarding love, it turns into something that sounds like, Creator, I would like to experience a loving relationship, romantic, in my life. And I release that to you, knowing that it's in your hands. I surrender it to you. And I know you're going to bring me the perfect person in the perfect way, in the perfect timing. And that's the release. Then we go about living and loving our life, not feeling like we're empty without having it, because that's a big piece of why we are so desperate for love a lot in our lives, for a lot of our lives. It's because we're taught you're half a person and you need to find your other half to be whole, because you're not going to feel that way. You're not going to feel fullness and wholeness until then. That's a big fat lie, because we have all the love that we need inside of us, that eternal, unconditional love of the higher realms. That's the most stable, beautiful love we'll ever find. It's what our heart hungers for, and that feeds our heart. Everything else in the outside world falls short. Doesn't mean we stop wanting it, but we look in here with that Ace of Cups. We find our self-love, and then what someone gives us on the outside world is above and beyond extra. And instead of something that's always falling short, it's above and beyond extra, no matter what it is, with who brings it. It's amazing change. So I feel like that's important. Let's see what else Spirit wants you to know. Yeah. Of course, being aware of your energy. And the Magician card, with any of this, um, any of this, whether it's love or job or uh, education, whatever in life, right? Anything in the outside world, we're creating it with our energy and our energy focus. If I could have one message that I'd tell the entire world is that you're not on an out of control drama train, and you're not a passenger on that train, um, about to leap off the tracks and explode somewhere, and you're just at the whim of where this conductor is taking you. You are the one driving your train. Everyone's on a separate track, their own train, and it doesn't fly off the track and explode, but we're choosing what route we're taking and going. And we can change rails and go a different direction at any moment that we want to. There's so many possibilities, but we're the ones that are choosing. Life is not happening to us. We're not at the whim of the outside world. Our entire energy is what we're drawing toward. So I like that. You've got the Four of Cups here, so you have this ability. It's interesting because you have the Four of Cups, you have the Six of Wands, and we'll come back to this other card. But they're telling us that, life is this journey and this adventure. It's never going to be done. And that's something to realize. We're on a constant journey in this adventure. And there's tons of opportunities. And then eventually we have an exit point where, you know, the journey ends, right? There is an end point of every adventure, because it's could be one life that we do everything and all these choices we make a certain way. We live the longest life possible. We still have death. We still have an end to this adventure, this particular one. But it's not an ending, it's a tunnel. We get out of this land and we head off into something else. So we never end. The journey never ends. Just this experience as this character and this expression in this lifetime, we bring it to a close to go on to something else. And so everything's a journey. Emotionally, we reach stability, and then we have a challenge because we get stagnant at one place, we stop growing. We get a challenge that comes in that takes us to the next level. We're like, woohoo, we celebrate. And then we could become stagnant here too. And then we end up going into others as well. So just be aware of that. We have the King of Pentacles, which, brings us back to that, what I was talking about with one of the big things they learn is that with the Four of Pentacles, in the suit, the king learns, when I define myself by relationships or situations in the outside world or things, those are the three areas that we're taught to define ourselves by. When we do, we feel unstable. It falls short. We have that emptiness that we feel until that's the Ace of Cups energy I was talking about, until we get so tired of feeling the instability or the disappointments, the lack of the outside world. We turn inward and upward and we go, there it is, the love that my heart's been looking for all along. And so that's the journey of love. And once we do that, then the world transforms and we're no longer feeling so empty. We're feeling full, and the stuff in the outside world transforms from lack to overflow, the above and to beyond extra, instead of, um, you know, the other. So I feel like that's what they want you to know right now regarding love and just life. Your fortune cookie says, the only power that anything has over us is the power of belief that we give it. Yeah. It's the story, our power of story, right? The body obeys the mind. Therefore, the body tends to manifest what the mind believes. The way to change our bodies is to change our thoughts and our feelings. Yep. Our power of choice, right? So that's what they have for you, Sadeshna. So many blessings to you. And thank you for all your multiple donations today. All righty. All right, up next we have Johanna. Hey, Jojo. Let's grab your timestamp here. Thank you for your donation. Let's put that down here. Let's give this a love and a like here. All right. So you had your opening concert today, the whole day of rain. Fun, fun. Let's see here. Let me scroll down, and if you are still here, there you are. I was like, I don't see a message. Oh, she went to sleep. All right, there we go. So you'd like a message from your guides. Hope you made a little bit of difference today. All right, let's take a look here. All right. Okay, thank you. What else? What else do you want to show? Okay. Do you want this one and this one? These? This one too. All right. All right. So bottom of the deck, we do have the 9 of Swords. Is this the in the 2 of Wands? Yeah. So I like this energy here because, of course, this is a reminder. Whatever we focus on grows and expands, and so just the awareness, as always, on where we're focusing our energy on the gratitude, on all that, or and just to be aware of any fears. Right? It's like it rained all day, yeah, like it was supposed to. And it's like, what? Wasn't it supposed to be clear skies and perfect weather and perfect lighting and blah, blah, blah? It was perfect. Today's weather was perfect no matter what this little noggin told us. And I love that. And whatever we focus on, we draw more in of that energy. So I like that. Just to start off is a good foundation, right? So what else do they want you to know? Knight of Wands. Well, here it is, the quest of our power, right? Our energy. Um, and I love that, you know. It's interesting because just like I hope I made a little bit of difference today. And I know that our human wants to make a difference, but that's our human ego, right? Because all of us, like even this, I mean, I do this, I love sharing messages of spirit. Um, and my hope is that the messages help people and that it is helpful and that I do make a difference. But it's almost like, but what if I didn't? Would I still do this? Yeah, I would. Until no one showed up. And even then, maybe I would still do like, uh, what do they call it? The collective readings, you know. Well, here, for whoever this is for, if anyone ever watches this, you know, it could be that way. But I feel like you would sing even if you didn't make a difference, right? So I like that, this quest of stepping into your power of more and more and more. You have the Justice card, the balancing out of the mind with the 4 of Wands. Yeah. So joy, joy, and celebration. What a joyful event. You know, I feel like they're, you know, showing it here that there's always the other side of the scale when we start to get really into our head and we start to get that fear or that anxiety that starts to rise. We realize, oh, I'm over here in fearland in line for another roller coaster. I'm like, because we're hearing the screaming, we're hearing the, you know, the roller coaster go, you know, how they're as they zip by and people are screaming as they go through it all and things are flying off because people are, their cell phones are falling and people's dentures are flying out, you know, all this kind of stuff, right? And we're like, whoa, oh, that's right. I'm in line to that. Now I'm going to go to my joy, my joyful place. I always have on the other side of the scale a different choice if I don't want to feel that. Again, there's no right or wrong. Um, so, you know, be easy on ourselves. There's sometimes I do want to experience low vibration, and there's no judgment from spirit at all. Humans judge, spirit doesn't, right? But humans judge out of fear of them not, you know, um, s- meeting up to a standard. So we point at everyone else instead of ourselves. Humans do, right? So I love that. Let's see what else you hear. Yeah, we've got the death and rebirth card. Underneath that, we've got, the 7 of Swords. So this is, and actually, I thought this was the death card at first when I saw it, because I thought, because I heard death to expectations, and that's what this death card in the Seven of Swords brings in. Seven of Swords is an energy of loss or being cheated out of an opportunity. And there is this energy of, you know, putting an end to my fears so that I can live and I can enjoy moments, right? Um, did you make a difference today? The card that came out, Knight of Cups. Yep. Emotional movement. So your energy was part of all the energy that helped move people emotionally, and all that energy that you put out. And we are. And that's an important thing to remember. Every moment we are impacting the world. We make a difference every day. We're either adding to the fear energy collective of all humanity, or the higher vibrational, unconditional love energy of the higher realms. So we are always making a difference. Just, is it a higher vibrational difference or a lower vibrational difference? So you can know you're always are. So I love that for you. Hey Jojo. So let's see what your fortune cookie says too. I'm excited. Thanks for putting the instructions in. Was it last night's posting on where we can all watch that? I'll share that tomorrow. I'll try to remember to share that tomorrow. So I like it. To be surrendered means to have no strong emotion about a thing. It's okay if it happens, and it's okay if it doesn't. There, I love that energy. When we are free, there is a letting go of attachments. We can enjoy a thing, but we don't need it for our happiness. Wow. There is progressive diminishing of dependence on anything or anyone outside of ourselves. Isn't that beautiful? I love that. You like that, Dulcie? Boom, boom. Alrighty, that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. So, you are very welcome. So I do have one more donation that came in. I'll complete this one, and then I do need to end the session. So Aries rising. Hello, hello. Let's grab your timestamp here. And then I will be back from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. this evening. I did not get to any free readings in the sessions. My apologies. So I will be back tonight if you'd like to give it a try. If not, Sunday, I do come back on later in the day to finish out anything I don't complete in the morning. So if you've been trying, and last night I did get to all the free readings. Thursday night I didn't get to any. This session I didn't get to any. Friday tonight I don't know how it will go, but you can definitely tomorrow for sure. We'll get you a message if you put it in the morning on Sunday. So we're going to do a special day. That's when I'll do that on those days. All right. So good to see you too, Aries Rising. Thank you again for your donation. So when you talked earlier today about fated events, it made you think about Sagittarius. What fated events happen in the outside world next for them, and when will they occur for them? Okay, please feel free to be nosy. Your last one's read was jaw dropping, amazing. Oh, I love that. Thanks. Well, let's take a look here. Yeah, it's interesting that we kind of are taught as humans, right, that there's like so many fated events, and it's like, really our birth is one of the few, like, we look for a specific date, time, and location when we're going to be born. And then even death, we have different exit opportunities, and most everything else, even fated events, which are very few, um, are ranges. The earliest and the latest something can happen. based on the power of choice. And um, but these lifetimes, at least in this um, iteration of humanity, is all about the power of choice and possibility. There's so many routes that our lives can go, and sometimes there's a fated event, that regardless or regardless of whatever we choose, it's layered across, but it more looks like this because it's the earlier, the later things can happen. But there's an event that goes across all of our timelines or possibilities. But there's very few of them actually, because we're all about. Um, we've experienced many, 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 many different lifetimes, and this lifetime feels like these lifetimes at this point in humanity's evolution is more about, hey, let's see what happens. So let's see here for Sagittarius. Can you tell us anything about fated events in the outside world for the Sagittarius next? And when will these occur? So, any fated events that are destined for them? All right. And tell us about the weenie, not the weenie, the when. Whoa, it's not that kind of channel. All right. So the bottom of the deck here, we do have this the devil card energy, which is Saturn energy that comes in here, right? Oh, right. Yeah, but those may not be fated either. But we'll see here. What comes in here with the devil card Saturn energy? What I'm hearing is their Saturn return. And that is kind of faded, but that's still a range too. Like Saturn returns on our astrological birth charts. When we're born, wherever Saturn is, 28 to it's usually 28, 29 years it takes to go around to come back to the place it was. And so, but because it's such a far out planet, it can impact us 3 to 5 years earlier and 3 to 5 years later. And so, and that the first one's very significant because so much of our long held beliefs are challenged. We go through a really transformative period of time um, in our first return, which would be anywhere from what? So 20, if it's like 29 years and it's 3 to 5 years before, if it's 5 years before, what is that? 24 to like 33? If my math, or 34, Kevin, yeah, that's funny. 5 years before and after age 29. check my math. That's where we go through significant changes and rattling of our life. The next Saturn return, of course, is 58. I just had my second Saturn return this year, last month or a couple months ago. But that still impacts you 5 years before and after. But the second Saturn return is more you learn from watching other people go through things instead of yourself. It was a much more beautiful return. My first return at 29, I came out. It was a big life change. It was huge. And then left my organized religion to open up to higher spirituality too. Huge change. This one more, I still going through changes, but it was more watching the world and everyone else go through it. And then we have another Saturn return if we live that older, and maybe even a fourth if we live that older. But generally, for the most part, we have two big of those changes. I feel like that's what their next big fated event is. Their Saturn returns is what they're having come in here. Let's see if there's any other fated event related to all this stuff here. We have the Knight of Swords and the Ten of Pentacles that comes in here. So we do have here, of course, Ten of Pentacles is about relationships, and the Knight of Swords I feel like this next fated event, I just feel like this is a instead of an axeman, it's like there's the executioner. This is the energy I'm getting with this, but an execution of a relationship, you know. I do feel like this is fated. So maybe this is what you're talking about, the path that they've outlived their purpose. The next fated event is that this does end. Um and it's I feel like the ending is required for the next fated event. It's not even next fated event. I feel like for a fated event that comes forward here. So we'll see what that more so with these other cards that are coming in here. Um, but let's see here. Let's just look at it here. So we do have the Four of Pentacles with the Ten of Wands. This does involve, and it does feel like a movement of areas here too, right? Yeah, it definitely is. But this it's the energy around home with the Four of Pentacles, because it's the four walls of the outside world. The Ten of Wands is a lot of energy that had been, um, put in and um, to home, the feeling of home, but it feels like more of the walls. So I feel like this is going to impact change of home um, as well, because all this Ten of Pentacles, the Ten of Wands are significant endings that are coming. And I feel like that is a ripple effect of the ending of the relationship is also the changing of location of where they live. And the Full card, yeah, beginning of a whole new adventure, an ending of a cycle, beginning of a new adventure, free of a lot of expectations. So there is this freedom. This is like a reboot um, point in their path. I'm just trying to see all these possibilities and all these things that come up here. Um, Three of Cups. Three of Cups, it is joy. The full card is a very joyful card, a fresh card. The Three of Cups is joy, celebration, gatherings, and the Ace of Cups, a new love that comes in. So there is a faded love that does come in here. And this is this energy that is happening here. So definitely this is that next fated event. And I think we probably already knew that, right? Let's take a look here. Can we know any more about this? Can we get nosier? Right. Yeah, well, we do have another 10, the 10 of Swords, which is like the Full card, which is a letting go of all expectations, and they're not wanting to go back into a cage like they just um, escaped from or were released from. They're released back into the wild. The Three of Pentacles, they do have an energy here. Below the Three of Cups, Three of Pentacles, about being true to their authentic self and not feeling like they have to dim their light or change themselves, or that allows themselves to be creative and fully expressed. So I like this energy, and the Hierophant too. The five uh, of the major arcana, which is about huge changes. Now that they've seen so many things from different perspectives, they really are having gone through everything. Yeah, having gone through everything, and realizing with the bottom of the deck with the Seven of Swords, which is betrayal and thieving and lying and deception. Having been through all of this different type of experiences, they're realizing how much they were deceiving themselves and what they wanted to free from here. That's also what happens with this Ten of Swords, is letting go of a lot of these thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't, serve them anymore. So, I do love this, release that comes from this, but it's a lot of change and transformational energy that alters the course of their life. Um, and something that feels so heavy to something that does feel so light. So, yeah. So I like this for them, but knowing, of course, that they chose this path, right? They knew all the possibilities of what would unfold in life if they had chosen, this adventure. So let's see what the fortune cookie brings in here as well. All right, here it is. What else? What else? Yeah, look at that. Definitely surrendering the ego, getting out of their head, right? Cultivating gratitude, be of service to others, and come from your heart. A big ego can work against you, but humility will further your goals. So that's a great representation. They definitely have found out a lot about themselves. You know, um, you know, definitely a lot about themselves. Um, and this that's what those thoughts do. They inflate us about what we deserve and this and this and that and whatever and blah 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 blah. But then when we get down to being true to our authentic self, let's see. I'm sorry, I didn't pull that. When can based on current energies is this thing happening? Still undecided. We got the Emperor energy, and the Emperor energy is this. You know. They're in the midst of getting out of their head, getting out of these expectations, and so it still feels, uh, with the current energy, it's still they have it undecided. When I get a card like that, they're like, "Who knows?" It's all their energy, their energetic choices, which whenever I get a message like that when I'm asking for a when, that means there's so many different choices in between now and when the possibilities of that could happen, that they're like, there's too many. It's like anywhere between now and I don't feel like it's way way far off. It feels definitely before the end of this year. um yeah, and I'm trying to like push them to, well, earlier they're like between now and the end of the year. And I'm like, that seems like such a broad place. And I'm like, well, there's so many choices that are being made that impact everything. And that is about possibilities, right? I mean, when we're making choices every second, there's so much stuff that can change it all, right? Because sometimes people get to the point of like, I'm going to do it. And like, okay, never mind. I'm going to wait, you know. Um, yeah, yeah. Yeah, because fated relationships, it's not an exact date or time. It's the earliest and the latest that people can restart the new relationship. So um, this one isn't an exact time, and it all depends on their choices that come in with it. That's why the whens, it's like, you know, um, whenever we're asking about the future, it's so uncertain. That's why it's always based on today's energy. It could be this. Um, that's why, uh, because like I said, even death, when am I gonna die? And like, well, there's this exit point, this exit point, this exit point, this exit point. We don't just have one normally, where it's like, this is when you're gonna die. This is when you have to die. There's different choices on, our health, on our mind, on collectively we make as decisions as a whole world. There's all this stuff that gets involved in it, and that's why it's like, come back to now. If we want to stay out of stress, come back to now and sit in gratitude for what is. It's the most beautiful place. It's the Zen garden in the middle of the giant amusement park full of fear rides. Otherwise, we get in lines and there's so many people, there's so much activity, so much going on, so much change. Um, but when we're ready, we can come back and sit there. So I feel like that's what they have for right now. So sorry, Aries rising right now. That's what they have for today. With that, I know. I wish we had more. All right, I said there was only going to be that was going to be the last one, but I have one more. So McTrippy, McTrippy, little hippie. I love it. This will be my last one. Even if I get another donation, I need to go eat and rest. I will be back this evening, of course, from 6 to 9 p.m. So I will return. So McTrippy Hippie, here's your timestamp. And thank you so much for your donation. We'll dive in there. You are very welcome. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. You're sweet. All right. So McTrippy, thank you for your donation. I love your name. So a love reading with possible zodiac of next love partner. All right. Yeah, let's take a look here. See what Spirit wants you to know around love based on your current energy and your path. We have those. And then possible zodiac. We'll take a look there. All right. Let's see here. Boom, boom, boom. Bottom of the deck here, McDrippy. You have the Ace of Swords. Ace of Swords is about clarity coming in. And the clarity is about, you have underneath it the Three of Swords, which is the card of expectations. That's there. And so that is on your path of love right now. It's becoming aware of your thoughts and beliefs and mindsets about, who someone is supposed to be and who they're supposed to be in the relationship and what the relationship is supposed to be and what it's supposed to bring to you and who you're supposed to be in the relationship and who you're supposed to be in life. And it's exhausting. That's a lot of focus on supposed to be's and rules. And it takes so much just to get up to ground zero that expectations are what destroy anything. It sucks the life out of anything because we end up focusing in on, all those types of things. So let's see what else they want you to know around love here too. Queen of Pentacles. It is a time of Mother Nature, Mother Nurture there. And the Sun card. Yeah. But I feel like both of these is like, it's a time for you right now to focus in on you and your self-love, your self-worth. It's all about shining that bright light upon you. The Sun card, even in astrology, is about you, to focus on me and who I am, and nurturing, self-nurturing, really doing as much as you can within yourself. It's also the Leo energy of the Sun card usually has a little child on it, which talks about our inner child. And I feel like it's an important time to really understand, who you are, what's bubbling around inside. So there's some great self-reflection going on with that, the Ace of Swords and the expectations in this, so it's preparation because they're like, it's more, at least in this iteration of your life, it's about you discovering yourself and making transformation with self-reflection on the mirrors you've already encountered, instead of having another mirror come in and have them show what you've been wanting to see about yourself. Because that, I know I went through 5 relationships and they were individual and unique, but they were all showing me the same thing. All my 5 teachers showing me what I wanted to see about myself until I saw it. Only took me 10 years. But it's like all these mirrors, instead of having yet another mirror, it's like, let me take a sabbatical and focus in on me. And then I won't keep doing what I've always done, with all the beliefs I had and the emotions I have and energy I have and whatever, repeating my same cycles. Let me take a break. And that's when we learn. I feel like that's what they're having come in here right now. Yeah, you have the Eight of Wands with the Temperance card. So this energy temperance, which is when life seems to be going slow in love, it happens on purpose for us to reflect on those things, to raise our love vibration. Because if we're at a lower vibration, we're going to draw in people and situations and experiences that match that. And let's like that. We've continuing to do what we've always done and get what we've always gotten.
No, 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 no.
We're done with that, right? We're ready for a higher love vibration. And so we're in the process. You are in the process of raising your love vibration. So you'll draw in someone different. And so they're like, be patient. It is unfolding. And the thing about the temperance, it starts off with 2 cups, and they're going back and forth between these two, energies. There is progress being made, and all of a sudden, boom, it turns to gold. That's what that Eight of Wands is like, just keep working on this, raising your love vibration, because before you know it, out of nowhere, boom, oh, there they are. And here they come in. But it's like about allowing the tempering and allowing the journey to unfold, and not to, realize also that because lower vibration slows things down, higher vibration speeds things up. So the best thing that we can always do is raise our love vibration by releasing thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve us anymore, emotions that don't serve us anymore, energy that doesn't serve us anymore, and then physical things that don't serve us anymore. That helps us raise up, and then that's when we draw on things faster. Let's see what else we have here. I got the Six of Cups. Yeah, you're going to know this person when you see him. Six of Cups is past life energy. The Five of Pentacles is this having left these feelings of abandonment and the fear of being left behind and not being enough, not having enough. This is the stuff that you're working through so that when you meet them, you'll be able to move forward quickly with them, because you're not going to have all these weights that are slowing you down. They're also doing the same thing on their end. But the Six of Cups is one of my other life or past life energies. And so when you meet them, I joke that they're gonna be glowing in the dark, and you're gonna see a rainbow shooting out of their butt. You're like, I wonder if that's them. You're not gonna have to wonder. You're gonna be like, there they are. Oh my God. Because you're gonna have this feeling of connection, like you've met like a longtime friend. So I feel like that's a big piece of the journey that you're on right now. And the patience of getting there and unfolding and going in that. And then for the sign, the possible sign will be a fire sign with the Page of Wands. Pages are the lowest of the royalty. They're it's page, knight, queen, king. So it can be an Aries, because that's the baby fire sign of the zodiac. It doesn't have to be, but definitely fire seems to be a big part of their chart, if not a fire sign. So, of course, Aries, Leo, or Sagittarius, someone who's very adventurous, very action oriented, wants to travel, see the world, learn, grow. So I really like that energy for you there. Right. And let's see what your fortune cookie is here for your reading. Let's see what else they have here. Yeah, surrender to miracles. I love dolphins. And look, there's 2 of them. Boo-da-boo-da-boo. Be open to miracles occurring in your life. That's letting go of restricting expectations. Feel and know that these events are real. Let go of any resistance and banish any doubt that miracles can happen. That goes back to this little mind of expectations that restricts things. And if we have all that restriction, it's very difficult to say, creator, it has to be this. And they're like, what about all that? This is on back order for 1,000 years. If you open up more, you can get more quicker shipment. So I like it. So hopefully that helps, McTrippy. That's what they have for you right now. Thank you again for your donation. And thank you guys so much. I went over an hour. Where's my balance? I know. I'll have to work on that for next for next. Um, but I will be back tonight from 6 to 9 p.m. Mountain. I didn't get to any free readings in this session, so my biggest apologies. But in my attempt for balance, I will not be coming on to complete any of the free readings from this session. You can try tonight. I'll be on from 6 to 9 p.m. If not, Sunday, I'm on from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. And whatever I don't finish in that session, I will come back to a later stream in the afternoon and finish everything out from that session. So if you didn't get your free readings, let's say Thursday night, I didn't get to any free readings. Last night, I completed everything within the 3 hours. In this one, like I said, I didn't get to any free readings. So we'll see tonight. But tomorrow, we'll definitely get you a message if we didn't get to you. So thank you for your patience in getting to all the readings. Thank you for all your love and all your support. For all the thumbs up, too. It helps spread the Zen love, and I'm so grateful. So until I see you again, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you too. So until I see you again, much love. Hang in there. Take care of yourself. Remember to have some fun. Because why are we being so serious, right? It's a playground. Let's go play. All right. I love you guys. We'll see you soon.